We are live. Thank you for joining us. And we have Cantor Ron Snow, who will be leading us in the evening service in Mariv to begin our program together.
Chag Sameach, everybody. It's a pleasure to, quote unquote, see everybody. As we were just talking before we logged on, we didn't dream we would be logging on virtually to daven together, but here we are. And thank God for technology, because it makes us all still accessible to one another. I was made aware of a project that Nava Tehillah did of writing a nigun for every month of the Hebrew calendar. And I think it's a beautiful idea to start off with the nigun for Sivan that they wrote, and join me and Cantor Rafi as we join in the nigun for Sivan.
Jackie, we can't hear you.
And I worked really hard at that intro, Rabbi.
I know. And then she just kind of fell, it fell flat there.
Has she logged on? Because we can go, oh, there we go.
How about now?
Oh, there we go.
All right, sorry about that.
They only do what we tell them.
Take two, here we go. Yai, la la la, ya la 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 la, yai, la la la, ya la 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 la, yai, la la la, ya la 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 la, yai, la la la, ya la 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 la,
Yai, yalalai, yalalai, la 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 la, yalalai, la 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 la, yalalai, yalalai, la la, yai, yalalai, yalalai, la 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 la, yalalai, la 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 la, yalalai, yalalai, la ya la 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 la, yalalai, yalalai, la 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 la, yalalai, la 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 la. Yalalai, yalalai, lai, 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 lai. As you can, we rise together for the Baruch Hu, and that's on page 39. Baruch Hu el Adonai HaMevorach. Baruch Adonai HaMevorach le'olam va'ad. Umavir yom mevi laila, umavdil ben yom ve'in laila, Adonai tziva'ot shemo. El chai v'kayam, tamid yimloch aleinu le'olam va'ad. Baruch atah Adonai Ha'ma'ariv Aravim.
Page 40.
Five lines up from the bottom, there's a beautiful tune for Kihem Chayenu. As we can, let's join together.
Kihem chayenu ve'orech yameinu uvahem nege yomam v'layla ve'avatecha tasir mimenu le'olamim baruch atah Adonai Ohev Amo Yisrael.
The Shema. It's on page 41. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. V'ahavta et Adonai Elohecha, b'chol levavcha, u'b'chol nafshecha, u'b'chol me'odecha, v'hayu hadvarim ha'ele, asher anochi mitzavecha, hayom al levavecha, v'shinantam levanecha v'dibarta bam, v'shivtecha b'veitecha, u'vlachtecha v'aderech, u'v'shochbecha u'v'kumecha, Ukshartam liot al yadecha, v'hayu litotafot bein einecha, uchtabtam al mizuzot beitecha, uvisharecha, v'hayam. Adonai Elohechem emet.
Page 43.
Umalchuto b'ratzon kiblu aleihem. Moshe u'Miriam u'bnei Yisrael anu shira b'simcha rabba v'yomru chulam. Cantor Rafi.
Let's continue with a Micha Mocha that begins as a call and response. So everyone at home will sing along with Cantor Snow at the responsive part. Here we go. Micha Mocha,
Micha mocha,
Ba'elim Adonai,
ba'elim Adonai,
Mika Mocha,
Mika mocha,
Nedar Bakodesh.
Nedor
One more
bakodesh.
time. Micha Mocha,
Micha mocha,
Ba'elim Adonai,
ba'elim Adonai,
Mika Mocha,
Mika mocha,
Nedar Bakodesh.
Nedor
And we
bakodesh.
sing Micha Mocha, Ba'elim Adonai, Mika Mocha, Nedar Bakodesh, Nura Tehilot, Osefele, Osefele. Micha Mocha, Ba'elim Adonai, Mika Mocha, Nedar Bakodesh, Nura Tehilot, Osefele, Osefele. Malechutecha, Ravuvanecha, Malechutecha, Ravuvanecha, bo
נאמר כי פרעה אדוני יעקב וגאלו מיד חזק ממנו ברוך אתה אדוני גאל ישראל.
Page 45, our prayer for peace.
השכיבנו.
השכיבנו אדוני אלוהינו לשלום והעמידנו מלכנו לחיים. השכיבנו אדוני אלוהינו לשלום והעמידנו מלכנו לחיים. ושמור צאתנו ובואנו לחיים ושלום מעתה ועד עולם. השכיבנו אדוני אלוהינו לשלום והעמידנו מלכנו לחיים.
ופרוס עלינו סוכת שלומך, ברוך אתה אדוני, הפורש סוכת שלום עלינו, ועל כל עמו ישראל ועל ירושלים.
We rise on page 46.
וידבר משה מועדי אדוני על בני ישראל. יתגדל ויתקדש שמי רבה ויעמד דברה קירותי וימליך מלכותי בחייכון וביומכון ובחיי דכל בית ישראל בעגלו ובזמן קריב ויאמרו אמן. יהי שמי רבה מבורך לעולם ולעולמיה. יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויברמם ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי קודשא ברך הוא לעילה מן כל ברכתה ושירתה תושבעתה ונחמתה תאמירן בעלמה ויאמרו amen.
The Amidah is found on page 306, silently in the Hebrew, the English, or your own thoughts and prayers. We turn back to page 54 for Kaddish Shalem.
Yitkadav yikadash shemei Rabbah. V'yomadi v'kirete v'emlich malchute b'chayechon v'yomechon v'chayechol beit Yisrael. B'agalav izman kari v'yimeru. Amen. Yehi shmei Rabbah mevorach. Le'olam olam e'almaya. Yitbarach. Yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yitpar v'yitramam v'yitnaseh v'yitadar v'yitalev v'yithalal shmei kudisha brichu. Le'ela min kol brachata v'shirata tushbechata v'nechamata damiran b'yoma v'yimeru. Amen. Titkabal salatahon uva'odahon dechol Yisrael kodomohon v'shmaya v'yimeru. Amen. Yehi shlomo rabba min shemai v'chayam aleinu v'yal kol Yisrael v'yimeru. Amen. Oseh shalom b'imromav hu yaseh shalom. Aleinu v'yal kol Yisrael v'yimeru. Amen.
Ron, by any chance, do you have any grape
do.
juice?
I do.
So Kiddush on 55. Those who are able to can rise.
Probably not 55 though.
You're right. It's not 55. Good call. Anybody
There's
know
a
what
prize.
page it's on?
There's a prize for the first person that finds it though.
Around 81, because that's the date.
Okay, we'll do 81.
80, 81, 82.
Nope.
79.
Okay,
Yep.
79 sounds good.
79.
79 it is. There it is.
Thanks, Kevin.
Savrim Ranan Barabanan Barabatai V'Chaverai.
Hi.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam borei peri hagafen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher b'char banu mikol ha'am v'romamanu mikol lashon v'kiddushanu b'mitzvotav. V'titen lanu Adonai Eloheinu b'yava moadim l'simcha chagim uzmanim l'sason et yom chag ha-Shavuot hazeh zman matan toratenu mikra kodesh Zecher litziat Mitzrayim. Kivanu v'acharta v'yotanu kidashta mikol hamim. U'moadei kodshecha b'simcha v'soson hinchaltanu. Baruch atah Adonai mekadesh Yisrael v'hazmanim.
Shehechianu.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam shehechayanu v'kiyamanu v'higiyanu lazman hazeh.
Amen. L'chaim. And we turn to page 56 for Aleinu.
Aleinu l'shabeach ladon hakol lateit kedula liotzer bereshit shelo asanu kegoyei haratzot v'lo samanu kimishpachot hadama shelo sam chelkeinu kahem v'gor aleinu kechol hamonam v'anachnu korim u'mishtachavim u'modim Lifnei melech malchei hamlachim HaKadosh Baruch Hu Shehu noteh shamayim v'yosei haaretz U'moshav yikaro b'shamayim mima'al U'shchinatu zo B'govhei miromim U'Eloheinu ein od Emed malkeinu efes zulato Kakatu b'torato V'yadata hayom v'hashevota el levavecha ki Adonai hu ha'Elohim b'shamayim mima'al V'al haaretz, v'al haaretz, mitachat ein od, ein od. Kakatu b'toratecha, Adonai yimloch leolam va'ed. V'nemar v'haya Adonai lemelech al kol haaretz. Bayom hahu, yiyeh Adonai echad. Ushemo echad.
Those who are in mourning or observing a yard site, the recitation of Kaddish Yatom, Mourner's Kaddish, is found on page 58. Yitgadal v'yitkadash shmei Rabbah, ve'alma divrach yutei ve'amlich malchutei, v'chayachonu v'yomechonu v'chayedecho Beit Yisrael, v'agalau v'zman kariv v'imru, Amen.
Amen.
Shmei Rabbah u'mei amaya. Yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yitpa'ar v'yitromam v'yitnaseh, v'yitadar v'yitalev v'yitalal shemei d'kudisha b'richu. Le'elam min kol berchata v'shirata, tushbechata v'nechamata damiran ve'alma v'imru, Amen. Yehei shalom araba min shemaya, v'chaim aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael v'imru, Amen. Oseh shalom b'imromav, huya aseh shalom, aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael v'imru, Amen.
All right, Cantor Snow and Cantor Jackie, or also Chazan Stein, Chazan Mimi, any of our cantors on. Since we have a couple more minutes before we're going to start the program officially, I want to make sure anybody who's joining us for 8 o'clock has a chance to join. So if you have a good Chag Sameach song, a Shavuot song, would love to hear it for just a few minutes until we get started.
Well, I think we should start the way we began with the same nigun for Sivan from Nava Tehillah.
Beautiful, thank you. Chag Sameach, everyone. Welcome. I'm so glad. Love having opportunities like this for the Shomrei Torah community and the Aliyah community to join together to celebrate our holidays. And I want to start our program tonight by asking you to take a moment and think about a time when you felt like you were on sensory overload. So a time when you couldn't even just focus on one sense because there were loud sounds and there were visuals and intense smells, right? So many senses coming in at once that you couldn't really process anything. And raise your hand, either physically, if I can see you, if I can scroll through everyone at once, or through Zoom, if you have one to share, if you can think of a sensory overload moment to share. Cantor Rafi, that wasn't a hand, was it?
It was a hand, but I wanted to give somebody else an opportunity to share.
Oh no, you can start us off.
Okay, sensory overload. You know, the first thing that comes to mind is walking. I mean, it's sad because we can't do this for a long time, but walking into an amusement park and there's, you're anticipating like a fun, joyous day, but in the first moment, there are a lot of people, there's a lot of noises, there's screams of people on the roller coaster, there's smells of cotton candy, and it's exhilarating, but also can be overwhelming.
Right. Okay, that's an amazing example. You walk into an amusement park, and everyone goes to an amusement park for a fun day, but you might not expect that the moment you walk in, there are going to be so many people, there are going to be smells and sounds and lots of things going on. That's a great one. Who else can think of an example? A time when you were just on sensory overload, so much going on, it was hard to focus on any one thing. Moira, is that a hand? You can unmute yourself. Oh, here, yeah.
Okay, so I felt when I went to the Western Wall in Israel, I felt I didn't know where to look first, what to feel first, how to touch, just that whole visual experience, physical, spiritual experience was overwhelming.
Absolutely.
Unlike anything I'd ever experienced in my life before.
Yeah, I'm sure you're not the only one. You go to the Western Wall, to the Kotel, and it's such an overwhelming experience around you. The sights, the sounds, to take it all in at once. You have to keep going back to really take it all in.
That's true.
Robert, back. Was that a hand earlier or just a stretch?
I was going to mention something similar to what was mentioned before, and that's a rock concert where you have overwhelmingly loud music. You have the rush of people crammed together. You have all kinds of smells of food and lots of other things that are being consumed there. It really is sensory overload.
Absolutely. A rock concert kind of has a similar feel to an amusement park. You walk in and there's so much going on. Right? That's a great example. What else? The moment you've been on sensory overload. If I'm not seeing you because I'm scrolling through all of them, just feel free to unmute yourself. No one else has been on sensory overload? Well, okay. So
Peter Volk. Peter has
Volk.
Oh, Peter, sorry. I can't see everybody at once. Yeah, Peter, go ahead.
It's kind of an unusual sensory overload. After visiting the hotel, we went and walked through David's tunnel, the water tunnel. And there, all of your senses that you normally rely on to gain a sense of place are missing or not active, or they're active in a very different way. It's quiet. It's completely dark. It's cold. So the senses that were in play, temperature, cool air, were very few in play, but heightened at a very strong level. So as opposed to many senses bombarding each other, it was just a few, but they were all heightened and so strong.
That's a great example, right? It doesn't have to be all five senses. Sometimes few senses are so strong, so heightened that they take over in general. I also love that we have multiple examples from Israel, because going to Israel can be such an overwhelming experience, often in a good way, but there's so much to experience, so much to see and hear. And yeah, there are lots of sites in Israel, I think, that we would all say are experiences of sensory overload. So imagine yourself in this sensory experience. You'd been wandering in the dry, hot desert for 7 weeks after God took you out of slavery in Egypt. And finally you've arrived, exhausted, at the foot of Mount Sinai. And when you set up camp at Sinai, you received a message from God relayed by Moses. This message, it's a reminder about how God saved us from slavery and punished the Egyptians, that if you obey God and keep God's covenant, you're going to be God's treasure out of all the peoples of the earth. And there's this palpable excitement in the air. You can feel it, and everybody agrees to this covenant without actually knowing what keeping God's covenant would entail. And in anticipation of finally meeting God, of encountering God at Mount Sinai, you start preparing yourself for 3 days. You're purifying yourself and you're cleaning your clothing. And Moses gave everyone instructions about where you could stand by the mountain and where would be too close when God descends before you, because you know, of course, that getting too close to God would be a death sentence. And now here we are. In this moment, finally, the day's arrived. You come out of your camp in the morning, and the experience begins. And this is where we're getting into sensory overload territory. You hear the loud sounds of thunderclaps. You're seeing powerful lightning flashes. You can feel this thick cloud around you as it descends upon the mountain. You smell the smoke coming from the mountain, and your body becomes unstable as the whole mountain quakes violently. There's a commanding blast of a shofar, and it grows stronger and stronger, causing you to tremble. Rashi actually tells us that the shofar's increasing volume was God's way of easing the Israelites into the auditory experience. God didn't want the Israelites to be shocked. But of course, how could you not be shocked by everything I'm describing? And now, of course, the culmination of this overwhelming sensory experience, God appears at the peak of the mountain. So think back now to those moments of sensory overload you described a few minutes ago at the amusement park or at the kotel or other sites in Israel or at a rock concert. The experiences you've had of sensory overload, what were those experiences like for you? And were you able to take everything in at once? Did you enjoy all the stimuli at once, or was it just too much? This is a genuine question because I think we all have different experiences of sensory overload. Some people hate it and want to shut down when there's so much going on, and some people love it and thrive on it. So if you're willing, raise your hand, whether or not you shared earlier about an overwhelming sensory experience. Raise your hand if you could tell us what it's like for you when you're on sensory overload. Can you take everything in? Do you enjoy it? Is it too stressful? I'm scrolling through again to see if, but also feel free to unmute yourself. What is it like for you when you have so many senses coming in at once? Can you take everything in, or is it just too much? Can you notice everything happening at once?
Did you say anything?
Oh, sorry, I missed that. Go ahead.
One of the things which I saw, this is going back in the 70s. We went to a kibbutz of the Warsaw Ghetto. Today, it is a museum of the Warsaw Ghetto. I don't know if you've been there or not. It leaves you with an experience of knowing where Jews were trapped and fought and went down into the sewers and so forth to escape. When I saw this museum originally, it was in a small little room, and they had a showing on the tables exactly what this place looked like. And when you move yourself from where you are into a position where you're trapped into the Holocaust area, you know that, you have to tell yourself, where are you and what's the future look like? And Shavuot basically is a coming out of torment and things into a new structure completely. And I look at Israel today, and you see magnificent on the way they build stuff and everything else. That's the way I feel.
It's a beautiful way to characterize the holiday of Shavuot and to bring in the experience of Israel, which others have also mentioned as experiences of sensory overload, and not necessarily in a bad way, where you're able to really feel so much because of everything going on around you.
I have something. Can I share something?
Please, yeah.
Okay. Well, in 1968, I was at the Ambassador Hotel. I was a campaign worker for Robert Kennedy's presidential campaign. And I was there when he was shot. I wasn't right there in the pantry. I was about 20 feet away, but I saw the scuffle of people and I knew something was wrong. Next thing you know, they're running out to me and the other campaign workers saying, he's been shot. We need a doctor. We need ice. And then next thing you know, I'm on the podium with the other campaign workers screaming for a doctor. He's been shot. We need a doctor. And believe it or not, I have YouTube video of it these days. So I'm 17 years old. It's like midnight. I'm frazzled beyond belief. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to unmute. I have to mute up because of my dog, but it was something that I knew they needed my help as whatever I could do, which was very little, and I'll never forget it. And it was overwhelming, but I got through it.
Wow, an amazing story and an amazing example of sensory overload. And when you said you actually had a video recorded of a piece of it, how amazing to be able to look back on that little piece of history and piece of your own history when an experience is so overwhelming, to be able to see it again later as you process it. You know,
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, I'll have to show it to you sometime.
That would be great. When I think about this question of noticing everything at once, and the reason I think, Linda, your story about having the video recording is so powerful, because you can go back and watch it again. I think about particularly chaotic scenes in movies and television, where sometimes you watch it and there's so much happening that you actually want to watch it again to feel like you've fully captured what happened. For a lighthearted example, for many of you, I hope, have seen The Office. And there's that scene at the beginning of an episode, the fire drill episode, where Dwight sets the office on, not the whole office, he sets a fire in the office. And the characters are running around desperately trying to figure out what to do. There's, Angela's throwing her cat at the ceiling. Like, everyone is, there's something going on with each and every character. And it's all happening at once. And as a viewer, I loved the scene. It actually might be my favorite in the entire series. But I had to go back and watch it a second time to really catch all the details in the background, to really appreciate it, because there was so much going on. And whether you love or hate being on sensory overload, most of us have trouble taking in the details because there's too much going on to be able to focus on any one thing. And that, we're told, was the experience of the Israelites standing at Sinai. As God appeared at the peak of the mountain and started speaking those famous words, I am Adonai, your God, who took you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage, it was already too much for the Israelites. And eventually Moses had to intervene. There's actually some dispute among the commentators about what the Israelites actually heard. Some believe that we heard all the 10 commandments, but nothing further. And some believe that we actually just heard the first sound, the sound of the letter Aleph in the word Anochi, meaning I. And of course, if you know a little bit of Hebrew, what's strange is that Aleph is a silent letter, leaving us to really wonder what the Israelites heard at all in that interpretation. But ultimately, we were overwhelmed by the sensory experience, and trembling, we pleaded with Moses to serve as our intermediary. We'd experienced God, we would never doubt God, but God's presence was just too much for us to bear, and we had to ask Moses to intervene. So how can we break down the experience of Revelation into its parts so that we're able to fully take it in and digest it? That's the goal this evening. The goal is for us to focus on one sense at a time as we get into the spirit of Shavuot and the mindset of Revelation at Sinai. So we'll start with the basics. And for people who want to participate in small ways, here's your chance to just quickly unmute yourself and give a one-word answer. What does the word Shavuot mean?
Weeks.
Weeks, thank you. Shavuot means weeks. It's considered a festival of weeks because we're celebrating 7 weeks since the Exodus from Egypt. And we've been counting those weeks since when?
Pesach.
Good. Since the second night of Passover, we've been counting the Omer. And of course, we've been counting to what? What are we celebrating on Shavuot?
Receiving the Torah.
So this is kind of a trick question. Of course, we are celebrating the giving and receiving of the Torah at Mount Sinai. And there's a second thing we're celebrating as well that we tend not to focus on Shavuot, which is the grain harvest. Exactly. There you go. You guys got it. The grain harvest of the early summer. So we're here to begin the Shavuot celebration with one of the most important traditions of the holiday, staying up all night, or as late as we can, studying Torah. We are preparing to receive the Torah on Mount Sinai, and we'll read the 10 Commandments tomorrow morning. So we sort of mimic the Israelites' preparation for receiving the Torah. Instead of purifying ourselves and cleaning our clothes like the Israelites did, we deepen our relationship with Torah by learning. We ready our souls for opening up to revelation by delving into study. And tonight we'll do that specifically by sharpening each of our senses. It'll be up to you which senses you'd like to focus on. You can pick one and stick with it all night, or jump around to 2 or 3 different senses throughout the night, depending on what interests you. So here's how it'll work. There are going to be 3 breakout sessions happening at each of the assigned time slots, 8:30, 9:30, and 10:30, with 10-minute breaks in between for you to stretch and take a little caffeine break and then get on to your next Zoom room. So there are sessions on site, which the first one is from Leora Rakin, who's going to talk about Jewish art, the history of the Jewish people through art. And then we'll have sessions with Rabbi Kamras and Rabbi Vogel, also about site, some text study sessions. That's going to be actually in this Zoom room. There's another Zoom room that will have sessions on hearing with our cantors at 8:30 and 10:30, and a touch session, which is a meditation, at 9:30. And then there's a third Zoom room, which will have the taste smell sessions at 8:30, 9:30, and 10:30, where you'll be able to do some interactive dairy cooking, because we traditionally eat dairy on Shavuot. So if you just stay put in this room, if technology is not your thing and you just stay put in this room, you'll be good to go on the site track with all the site sessions. But feel free to move around and check out as many sessions as you'd like. Once that third session ends around 11:20, come back to this Zoom room at 11:30 for a concluding session together, where we'll talk about who received the revelation and when, and how using all 5 of our senses contributes to an experience of inclusivity on Shavuot, a revelation that we are all part of. If you have questions and need to find Zoom links and need more information, you can find all that at templealiyah.org/Shavuot. There might be an equivalent page for Shomrei Torah, but you can certainly find it there. So enjoy the sessions, and Chag Sameach. We will see you back here at 11:30. You can start heading to your sessions whenever you'd like, that they'll begin at 8:30.
Before we do that, can I just ask, does anybody have any questions? Did anybody not understand anything that was said? Does anybody need a second explanation? Or is everybody clear on what's happening?
Can you tell people what the Zoom room IDs are? That might be helpful.
So all the links are posted if you go to templealiyah.org/Shavuot. And Rabbi Kamras, is there a Shomrei Torah equivalent?
There is. It's on stsonline.org under the banner that says Shavuot. All of the the Zooms are listed there for you to be able to link in either to the site, to
First one is going to be
taste, or to the
yours. Just stay right.
I can also read them out right now because I have them in front of me. Would that help?
Sure, yeah. So we can start with the 8:30 ones to make sure everyone's kind of clear. The 8:30 sessions. So if you stay in this Zoom, this is the main room, you'll have Leora Rakin, who will be teaching the story of the Jewish people through art. If you go to the hearing/touch room, the cantors will be leading a session called Shavuot Around the World, a musical session. And if you go to the taste/smell Zoom room, Beth Saltz will be leading a session called Homemade Ricotta with Honey, Berries, and Brioche.
Are we allowed to taste that if we go to that room? Like, can she share that recipe or the food with all of us?
We're still waiting on that technology. We can just hold it up to the camera and everyone will be able to taste it.
It's next year.
Next year. Enjoy your
Rabbi Cameron's Mayor Bendavid is trying to point something out there, but he's on mute.
Yeah, I think he's pointing out the sheet that lists all of the different things. So maybe, Jackie, if you want to read, since everybody knows this one is the site one all night long, do you want to read out the Zoom number for the sound? And then, so that's the 2 sounds plus the meditation in the middle. And then we can read out the one for taste as well.
Sure. So can somebody just confirm with me that sound is breakout room 1? Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. So breakout room 1, the meeting ID is 868-407-65541. And the password is Shavuot, all lowercase, SHAVUOT. I'll read that again for breakout room 1. The meeting ID is 868-407-65541. And the password is Shavuot, all lowercase letters. And then breakout room number 2, which sessions are in breakout room number 2? Could you just say those again?
Those are the touch smell sessions. So it starts with with the ricotta, and then there's a baked brie bite session, and then shakshuka.
That meeting ID for breakout room 2 is 847-150-17679. I'll read it again. 847-150-17679. And the password is Shavuot, all lowercase letters.
Just want to mention, this all came in from email. So everybody should have this already at the house.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're
Although
welcome.
some people are not as organized as you are, like me.
What can I tell you?
Perfect. If anyone else has questions, just feel free to stick around on this Zoom link as people kind of start to disperse to their sessions. And I look forward to seeing you back at 11:30 for our
Can I just, before everybody goes, can I just acknowledge Rabbi Golko and the program that she put together for all of us, the amazing work and dedication. First of all, just trying to get all of the rabbis and cantors together to figure out what classes they're teaching and when. That in of itself deserves an award. But even the dreaming up of the vision of the whole program and all of that. So Rabbi Golko, thank you so much for putting all of this together.
Thank you. Thanks so much. All right.
Send them off. Rabbi Cameras, can you mind making me co-host as well so I won't have trouble sharing?
I will make you co-host. I didn't know if you were staying here or not. So.
Yeah, I'm going to be. I'll be in this breakout room for mine as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Has anybody ever been down into the Sinai?
Yasher Koach, Rabbi Galko. That was very nice.
Thank you.
So those of you who are here, right? We assume you're here because you want to be with Leora, who of course is amazing and worth being with. And if you don't want to do art, then you want to go to your other Zoom rooms.
I want to touch smell. Wow, you got a lot on the site.
Rabbi Cameras, if I log off to go on to because I have to go to another one, do you have to make me co-host again later?
I do, but that's okay because I'm going to be on at 9:30. So, and I'm not going to log off on this one. I'm going to stay here, even though I may go to another computer and log on. I'll just turn off the camera, but I'm going to stay on this one the whole time.
All right, we'll figure. And then I have
So
to
that way-
11:30.
So that way, even when I'm done, I will stay on until you're here in order to make you co-host.
Thank you. And then 11:30 with apologies, I have to get onto the National RA one to do some stuff.
Can we also make Leora Rakin a co-host so she can share her
let me
screen?
do it right now, of course.
Hi, Leora. How are you?
Hi, good, thank you.
Good. Looking forward to your session. All right, Leora, I'll wait until 8:30 to get started for everyone to join who might want to join, and I'll be back around 9:15. I'm gonna check around to the other Zooms and make sure everything's going smoothly.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
It's amazing that we could somehow pull this off with 3 different rooms going all at the same time, all on Zoom so that people have choices.
It is amazing. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you great, Leora.
Thanks.
So if everybody's just willing to be patient for another 5 minutes, because we didn't, we're planning on beginning at 8:30. Seth, are you still in this room?
Yes, yes, I'm still here.
So we're going to just live stream this one room, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
So we can make, after your introduction to Leora, we can spotlight her and let her go with it.
Perfect.
And I don't know who Alan Blank is. He's trying to get into this room.
Yeah, me neither. Keep a watch out. Does anybody recognize that name?
I think he's having trouble getting into the room.
Can you see the screen that I've shared?
Yeah.
Okay.
We had an issue earlier where Laura Kassebaum also couldn't get in. So she was coming in from a phone originally. So I don't know. I can keep admitting him, but it's not gonna help.
Hey Seth, this is John Klein. Feel free to pass on my phone number for anybody who needs help. I'm happy to help them get on.
Okay.
Thanks, John.
Is John wearing a hat tonight so I can recognize him?
He is wearing a hat.
I have to tell you, I was telling my kids that it's Rabbi Glowcow. Is that how you pronounce your last name?
Yeah.
Yes, my hair used to be exactly like that, and I was so I was remembering my my Kenny G youth before I wore hats every day.
Well, you see the picture in the bottom right corner. You see the woman in the second row with the long hair. That's what I looked like in college.
Yes.
And then God punished me and made me bald.
I feel your pain.
Seth Allen is still trying to come in. But
What's his name, Rabbi?
Alan Blank.
Let me Google him.
Two L's or one, Rabbi Cameron?
One L. ALAN. We definitely know he's not a Zoom bomber because nobody would try so hard to get in. for so long unless he really wanted to hear Leora. So he's a committed Jewish artist, or wanting to be. Or he just knows how interesting Leora is as a lecturer.
There's 3 Alan Blanks on LinkedIn in LA. One's the staff writer for the Times.
He's probably the one because he wants to do a write-up on Leora.
This guy knows Daron Tisser, and she's in the Valley. Hold on.
Daron Tisser is an attorney who does estate planning.
Exactly. Well, you know him.
I know him well.
Okay, the guy in LA Times, he's in Orange County. He won't count. Let me see.
Okay, we have about 30 seconds and then we're going to begin. Leora, do you want me to, can I give you a short little introduction when we get started?
Sure, thank you.
And of course, we are streaming this to stslive.org and also aliyahlive.org. I believe it's aliyahlive.org. So if anyone can't get into the room, that's you can go to either of those 2 websites to watch the stream.
Seth, you'll continue to let people in?
Yes. Yes.
I want to begin. So for those of you who do not know Leora Rakin, shame on you, but now you're going to get a chance to get to know her. She is an educator, an artist. She is an author. And most important, I don't know if it's most important, but significant is the work that she's done for many, many years as the executive director of the David Lebkovsky Project, where she has co-developed an educational program to teach students about Eastern European life before, during, and after the Holocaust through the art of this very well-known Lithuanian-Israeli artist, David Lebkovsky. And I can tell you firsthand, my wife, Carolyn, has been for a number of years to the lectures that she teaches and the programs that she offers, and always comes away amazed and wowed by the insight, the significant learning, the wonderful opportunities to learn about the art and to learn about the Shoah in this way. Leora is an incredible teacher. And more than that, she is a kind-hearted, wonderful human being. And we are delighted that she has agreed to share with us this evening Jewish life through the arts, so that we can experience Sinai and the Revelation through the eyes and the experience of sight. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Leora. And again, thank you so much for being part of our Tikkun Leil Shavuot.
Thank you so much, Rabbi Kamaras, for such a wonderful introduction. Thank you, Rabbi Vogel, Rabbi Gilko, for inviting me to speak this evening. Chag Sameach, everyone. It's really an honor to be with Temple Aliyah and Shomrei Torah for this special holiday. When I think of Shavuot, also known as Chag Matan Torah, the giving of the Torah, Chag HaBikurim, the giving of the fruit, the following words come to mind: cheese blintzes, cheesecake, Book of Ruth, fruit, flowers, and learning. Tonight in this session, we are going to be learning, but it will be a visual learning experience through the art of my great uncle, David Lebkovsky, who produced over 400 pieces of art documenting life before, during, and after the Holocaust, as well as his time as a prisoner in Siberia, and finally, his renewal in Israel. My Uncle David had a very interesting life, filled with disappointments, betrayals, but also hope and inspiration. And while it's his life that I'll be sharing with you today through his art, the body of his artwork that he left behind and its story is as fascinating. Tonight, through David's art, we will look at how he explores Chag HaBikurim, Festival of the Fruits, along with the concept of Hakarat Hatov, recognition of that which is good. We will also metaphorically look at the body of artwork within the context of wandering. What does it mean physically and spiritually to wander? And how can we relate the wandering of the Jews in the desert for 40 years to the wandering of this body of artwork for more than 6 decades? David Lavkovsky's body of artwork is very much reflective of the story of the Jewish people, the light and the dark. Even when there is light, there are frequent shadows of darkness. Not everyone has the words needed or the ability to write, articulate, and describe their feelings, their emotions, or an event. But art is a universal language. It has the ability to transcend language and generations. When words fail us, when words cannot adequately express our pain or an event, we use art to emote and translate our deepest emotions, thoughts, and experiences. Shavuot is a time of learning, but learning does not only take place by reading, it also takes place by looking, and actively looking or viewing is different to passive looking. Active looking requires a conversation, a dialogue, a communication between the artist and the viewer, you, the audience. In every piece of David's art, he is telling us a story. There is a message, there is emotion. And so given that Shavuot is this time of learning, we are going to use the art as a learning tool. We're going to learn tonight how to read narrative art, the colors, the brushstrokes, the tones, and how that gives us insight into the psychological mindset of the artist, along with the historical and political time frame. David's art reflects the power of art to convey the Jewish story and provides an alternate way of learning. I want you to look at the slide and to try and keep it in your mind. Remember that this man, the one on the left and the one on the right, are the same person. And we're going to discuss how he transformed himself from a slave in Siberia, desperate for hunger, to the man living in Israel with the bright blue eyes and the yellow hat. Tonight on Shavuot, I invite you to become a part of history as we delve into David's life through his art within the personal and historical circumstances. You will see in his art that the past and the present are never far apart. And even and throughout his lifetime, his pen could not help but draw the people and memories from his past. I want you to be free to comment in the chat room. We're going to be doing an interactive session, and I want you to look at this picture that we have up on the screen. Narrative art is art that tells a story. When you read a story, you are introduced to the main character. What is the subject of the main character of this painting? Write comments in the chat box. What do you think is the subject or main character in this painting?
Laura, can I also just suggest for some who don't write on Shavuot, is it possible for them to raise their hand and participate that way?
That's a wonderful idea. Love that. So maybe Rabbi Vogel, if you, Rabbi Cameras, if you can.
I'm happy to watch the Zoom room. Now, not everybody is seen, so I can't, call on everybody because some people are not with cameras, but I will be more than happy to help you call on people if they're not writing in the chat room because they prefer just to participate that way. So I did see Barry Cohen had his hand up.
Barry.
I'm speaking for Renee Cohn, but she thinks the pot is the main character in this picture, or the biggest item in the picture.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Any other thoughts as to what the main
That was
subject?
wrong.
Ellen Cervantes had her hand up.
Ellen.
Okay, didn't hear her, but Stephanie Bean says a woman and an important pot. John Klein raised his hand.
John, what do you
I get a
think?
sense of the pace. I get a sense that he's hustling.
Interesting. So this is one of our first lesson plans when we go into any learning environment. And we've had some very interesting answers to this question. We've had some middle school students who look at this picture and think that the woman is a witch. We've had others who look at this woman and think it's a poor beggar. A Holocaust survivor who was in one of our learning sessions said it reminded him of his mother holding a pot of cholent, a traditional stew eaten on Shabbat. We all bring our own personal perspective to the piece, creating our own relationship with each piece of art in order to decipher its meaning. When we look at Lavkovsky's art, we're looking at like an onion, peeling back layer upon layer in order to get a deeper understanding. Lavkovsky's tools to set the mood is through the use of color, line, and shadow. He is a genius in using space too. Perhaps those people who gave a response, can you share what made you say those particular comments? Renee, why do you think the pot is the character in this piece of art? So
Renee there?
If Renee's
we're having trouble with that. Okay, so
you're muted, Barry.
Yeah, Renee said, no, Renee said she's hugging the pot to her body, she's protecting it, and that's why she thinks that's how she saw it.
Beautiful, beautiful. So
yes, she is.
The questions that we want to be asking ourselves when we're looking at this piece of art, is she inside or is she outside? What does his use of line tell us? Look at the curve of her back, her enlarged hands. These are the pieces that tell their own story. But when they are linked together, a greater narrative comes to light. It's like putting all the chapters of a book together. Now, what happens when we look at the second piece? What is the subject? What is the main character? You're welcome to raise your hands. What is the main character or subject when we look at this piece? Anyone got their hand raised? So, what are the clues that we are looking for? This is the city of Vilna.
Wait.
We see the synagogue, the great synagogue in the background. That synagogue could hold 5,000 people. And it's like seeing...
Wait, Leora, can everybody see the picture?
No.
It's still the
Not
same.
the synagogue.
It's still the same. There it is.
There we
Okay.
go.
There you go.
Thank you. So you can see the great synagogue in the background.
Oh.
So what is the subject? What are we seeing? What are we feeling when we look at this particular piece.
Oh.
We're seeing a community. We're seeing the hustle and bustle of everyday life with the prominence of the great synagogue in the background. We also, if you look in the left-hand corner, can see the artist, David Lavkovsky. Can everyone see him? Left-hand corner, he's holding his canvases.
Yes.
Holding his portfolio. He has placed himself in this picture. We can also see the back of the woman that we were first talking about. Can you see her?
No.
When we look at the details, we see the interesting features. It is the same characters, and we see how the narrative starts to grow, the individuals that make up the community. He tells us so much about this community, but he also is telling us that he is part of this community. He's both the artist and he's observing this community. During this presentation, Lavkovsky's visual art, his visual diary, will be shared with you. And when you're looking at the art, I want you to look for these clues in the pieces.
There she is.
Lavkovsky grew up in Vilna when Vilna was the epicenter of the Jewish world. For 500 years, Jewish life existed in Vilna. More than a third of the population was Jewish. And Vilna was considered to be the Jerusalem of the North. It was the home of the Vilna Gaon, one of the greatest rabbis and scholars of his time. And there were hundreds of Jewish cultural institutions. In fact, that main synagogue, the Great Synagogue, it held and could accommodate 5,000 people. But there were at least 12 small little shuls surrounding that synagogue. And depending on what your work was, whether you were a butcher, whether you were a leather person, you would belong to a specific guild and you would go to that specific shul. His art through oils, gouache, pencils, and acrylics depict everyday life in Vilna, Lithuania. Everyday, normal existence, people getting together, people going to the market, meeting with their friends, and perhaps if you'd seen this art and you'd seen these images a year ago, you would have looked at them, okay, he's recording how life used to be. But even these images, we can no longer take for granted. Our sense of a normal environment has changed so much during the past 2 months.
Lior, there was a question. He worked with acrylics and what else did you say?
David worked with oils, acrylics, pencils, and crayons, but he also used a technique known as gouache, G-U-A-C-H-E, and it's a type of watercolor technique that uses actual paints and a gum glue that allows it to stick to the paper. What we notice about David's art is that he doesn't glorify. He really portrays life as it was, everyday, normal human beings, a community going about its daily life. So David wanted more than anything to be an artist. And so he left Vilna and he went to Moscow. And what's so interesting about his time in Moscow is he documents so much of his life through art. But between 1932 and 1945, David Lavkovsky is in the Soviet Union. He leaves Vilna, he's in Moscow, and it's interesting to see the parts of his life that he does not share through art. But we do know through photographs that his family have shared with us what happens to him during this time. In this picture, we see Lavkovsky on the far right with his two brothers, Moshe and Shmuel. Moshe is on the far left with his children and wife. And Lavkovsky does not depict his time in Russia. He doesn't draw about it, but he works at the State Jewish Theater in Moscow. Does anyone remember or know which other famous artist worked at the State Jewish Theater in Moscow?
Mark Chagall.
Very good, very good. Now, he applies and he's accepted to the very famous Art Academy in Leningrad, which was a very prestigious art school at that point in time. And he's one out of 500 applicants that is accepted. He really, really wants to be a real artist. And he's finally at the Art Academy in Leningrad. He also doesn't share through art his experience during this time. But World War II breaks out, and he's actually forced to enlist in the Red Army. And this is in 1940. And then what happens to David Lavkovsky during this time is under Stalin's rule, millions of his people were either sent to Siberia or executed. And people could be accused of anti-Soviet activity for almost any reason. David Lavkovsky is arrested for anti-Soviet activity, and he is imprisoned in the Lubyanka jail in Moscow. He is there for 10 months before he is sentenced. And when he is sentenced, he is deported to Siberia. And this is where I really want you to look at his facial expressions. What are you seeing? What emotion is coming into mind? We're beginning to see the real levels of isolation, the intense time by oneself. He's alone, he's in a cell, he's only got his own thoughts, mixed with fear, interrogations, and an unknown future. David is taken from the Lubyanka jail and he is sent to Siberia. This is in May 1942. And here we begin to see what his life is like in Siberia as a prisoner, the work he is forced to do, and we are starting to see the toll that this work, this experience begins to take on him. I want you to look at how the prisoners are standing together. They're together, but emotionally, each one of them is alone. Look at the body language, arms behind the back, a guard with a gun, their food buckets attached to them at all times. The more deprived you are, the more isolated you become, the more it becomes about the self. Lavkovsky reveals to us not just how he spent his days, but how he spent his nights. He wants you to know what it was like to be a prisoner in the Siberian Gulag. He wants you to know what it was like to sleep on a blank plank of wood with no pillow and no cushion He wants you to experience the difficulty, the uncomfortableness that he experienced. I want you to look at the conditions. Those wearing shoes, those not wearing shoes, the bucket attached to him at all times, why that was necessary. Ask yourself, why is he sleeping with those shoes? There's no pillow, no blankets, and you can
Leora, we
feel.
lost you. Can't hear you.
Yes, you can.
Is that better?
Still can't hear you. Could people
That may
hear
be
her?
you.
I hear.
Hear her.
Okay,
hear.
you're okay.
I hear.
Okay, fine.
So he wants that. He was revealing to us the most honest fiction of what it was like to be a prisoner in Siberia. He's not hiding anything from you.
Do other people hear an echo?
Yeah.
I believe
So just double check to make sure you're either not listening to the live stream or you only have one recording going on at the same time near you. Okay, there we go. Leora, can you speak again?
Sure.
Okay.
My uncle David Lavkovsky is sharing both his physical and emotional isolation. He's struggling with the conditions in the Siberian gulag. And as his struggle and suffering continues, we see the effect and the toll this is having on his psychological state of mind. The physical decline, exposure to elements, the lack of clothing. No, the absence of certain things is what we need to look at. He's not wearing gloves. We know that it's minus 40 degrees. We see the guard tower in the back and this obsession with food, the way he's holding the bowl close to him. We start seeing his eyes become more and more hollow, the deepening despair, and he is beginning to lose his sense of humanity. If the eyes are the window to the soul, Lavkovsky is revealing to us his deepest thoughts and anguish. What words would you use to describe his mental state at this point in time?
In the middle picture, he looks tormented.
Tormented.
Somebody wrote haunting.
Absolutely tormented. What else?
Shut down.
Excuse me?
Shut down.
Shut down. That's a great description. And what makes you say shut down?
His eyes.
His eyes. Any other comments?
Hopeless.
Hopeless. Very good. Very good.
His eyes kind of look hollow to me, like he's no longer seeing anything. There's no focus. It's just going through the motions of his day, perhaps.
Excellent.
Whatever's put in front of him, he has no control, so there's no reason for him to try to figure it out.
Excellent. Very good. Very good. So that complete lack of control, but at the same time, tormented and hopeless. So the war finally ends. We don't know how much David or any of the other prisoners knew about what was going on in Vilna during the Holocaust.
Leora, a couple people have asked a couple times, when did he do these paintings? How long after?
So the one on the far left, he actually did in 1941. Most of the others, the one on the far right, he did in 1976. And I want you to think about drawing an image that of an experience that happened to you decades before, and what that involves in remembering the detail and the emotion that you experience. Today, we would call that post-traumatic stress. But David used this art both as a healing tool and as a documentation tool. But how he survived his time in Siberia, in addition to the hard labor that he had to do, was actually by being the prison tattoo artist. And like all prisons in the world, there are gangs. There are different hierarchies of gangs. You have political prisoners and you have criminal prisoners. Depending on your gang, you would want a tattoo. And in this way, David Lavkovsky was able to gain an extra potato peel. He was able to gain an extra piece of bread and was actually able to survive his time in Siberia.
He was an amazing artist, wasn't he?
So finally, the war ends. And David and Rivka was his wife, returned to Vilna, Lithuania. And what does he see there? What does he find? He sees the complete devastation and destruction of the city of Vilna, where 95% of the Jewish community has been murdered. The city is a shadow of its former self. But I hope you still recognize that the synagogue, the great synagogue, is actually still standing. The rest of the area destroyed.
Brenda.
So what does David start doing? David begins to speak to the few survivors that had managed to survive the Holocaust in Lithuania. And he starts to draw their story and their experience during the Holocaust. The Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union was in June of 1941. Within a week after the Nazi invasion, with the help of Lithuanian collaborators, Jews were rounded up off the streets by people they called snatchers or catchers. They were taken to the forest of Ponar, the forest of these pictures you see in front of you, a park, a forest where the Jews of Vilna used to picnic. And there they were shot into mass pits. Lavkovsky depicts no individual faces except one little girl and a profile of a man. For them, they are going to the unknown, but we know where they are going and what happened to them. On the right is a picture of Ponar today. In September 1941, the Jews of Vilna, including my great-grandparents, who you see in this picture, Rochel and Jacob Spector, were forced out of their home by the Nazis and the Lithuanian collaborators. They, along with my great-aunt Zlata and her twin 5.5-year-old boys that you see in this picture, were forced out of their homes, only allowed to take what they could carry, and they were forced into the crowded Vilna ghetto. David Lavkovsky commits himself to actual historical acts that occur, and he has the ability to recreate the atmosphere so you can almost touch and feel it. He feels an obligation to paint and witness the pain forever. We see the situation in the ghetto. Thousands of Jews forced into a physically confined area. We see the togetherness, but aloneness. Vacant eyes and the size of the buildings loom larger than the people. We see children alone, an adult that has turned away, a front door that is locked. Where can they go? What will their fate be? He's telling us what life was like for children living in the Vilna ghetto, the brutality and the horrific conditions. We see the separation of people, kissing goodbye, trying to soothe one another, and being deported in rail cars. What happened to the remaining Jews of the ghetto in their final days? We see the children. We see holding a doll, the hands trying to comfort even in the most dire of circumstances, reaching out to each other even in this tragedy. David and Rivka are finally given permission to go and live in Israel in 1958. And in 1959, David has his first art exhibition in Israel. And he shares this body of artwork that documented what had happened to the Jewish community during the Holocaust, but also how Jews had lived for 500 years. And I need you to remember that the year of this exhibit is 1959. And in 1959, the world was not yet ready to confront these horrific images. They didn't want to see pictures of Jews being led to their death, and they didn't want to see this old life that existed before. David and Rivka felt absolutely devastated and betrayed by society's reaction. There, they'd focused, they'd lived, their purpose for living was documenting what had happened. But society was not yet ready to confront the horrors of the Holocaust. Critically, his work was well received and critically acclaimed, but emotionally, David and Rivka did not wish to part with any of the artwork. To them, selling a piece was like selling an arm or a leg, an intrinsic part of who they were. They chose to keep the body of artwork together to tell the story of the Jewish people, hoping that one day a generation would come along that would be willing to learn from this art. Eventually, in David's later life, he did reach a sense of peace, a spiritual renewal, an appreciation of life, of flowers. And it's these images that relate so well to the story of Shavuot. The fruit, the bikurim. During temple times, people brought the first fruits to the temple to express their gratitude, to express and acknowledge what was good in their life. And David Lavkovsky reaches that place where he is acknowledging both the good in his life as well as this incredible gratitude for living in the state of Israel, and this abundance of fruits and watermelons and flowers that he had not experienced living in the Soviet Union, and of course, certainly not as a prisoner in Siberia. I want you to look at these pictures and try and remember the earlier work and how this contrasts so significantly. The vibrancy of the colors, the freedom of the brushstroke. Gratitude and appreciation is what he is sharing with us. This is perhaps one of the most interesting pictures when he focuses and he moves to painting landscapes of Jerusalem, of Sfat. He painted these two pictures in different years. And I want to ask you what your thoughts are when you look at these pictures. Any thoughts, any comments? So I'm going to share with you something interesting. If you look at the dates that this art was painted, the long horizontal image of Jerusalem, the city of Jerusalem, was painted in 1963. This piece on the top left-hand corner was painted in the late 1970s. Here we see the difference. One, David is looking in. One, he is a part of the image, reflective of both his own state of mind and the situation of Jerusalem. We look at these images, David Lavkovsky on the left, him on the right, the past always present. In 1991, David Lavkovsky passed away. He left behind a visual diary, over 400 pieces of art, 100 of which are in Los Angeles, 200 in Israel, and over 100 in South Africa. A group of women, amazing, amazing women, got together and created an educational program that uses the art to engage, educate, and teach audiences from all backgrounds. What it also does is it transfers the learning experience. Students in our program are tasked with becoming curators and docents. And as a curator, they need to know everything about the artist, but also about the time period in which the artist lived. This program we have taken throughout the United States to West Point Military Academy, where we trained officers and cadets using David's artwork. And we have taken the educational program, the exhibits, to Mexico, South Africa, and Lithuania. Each time, students curate an exhibit of their choice using the pieces that they wish to curate and be part of the exhibit, and they become the educators to their parents, their peers, their community, and their entire school. This program is now in middle schools and high schools and religious schools. And we recently piloted a program for 8th to 12th grade students where they can become and learn to become docents and docent at exhibits in Los Angeles. Students are given the task of also writing poetry and producing artwork in response to David's art. We don't only do this in Jewish day schools. We take it to public schools and charter schools. The first school, a charter school, a dual language charter school, when we implemented the program with 8th grade students, not a single student had ever heard of the Holocaust. At the completion of the program, these students were educating their families about the Holocaust in both English and Spanish. I would like to share this video with you.
Leora, do you know how to make sure that the sound goes through your, okay, good.
There's different ways of documenting history. There's different ways of conveying emotion. It just kind of opened my eyes to how art can be used to piece together history.
After seeing all the paintings he's done throughout his life, I think it's pretty impressive. Instead of talking to someone, he decides to show it through his paintings.
We think one man, David Lavkovsky, is strong enough to show it through the artworks.
It was interesting to learn more about other parts of the history of the Holocaust, like other places rather than just Germany.
Seeing through all these pieces made me feel like how these types of people went through this much suffering and despair.
The more and more I was able to talk about the history, the more I was able to talk about the color scheme and how that affected the theme of what he was trying to go for. I started learning more about it myself as I was teaching it to these people.
Commemorate the victory of humanity over savagery.
It is not sufficient to just view the art. We all have a moral obligation to share David Lavkovsky's art and the way in which this art is being used to educate and teach students from all backgrounds. I invite you to view our exhibit online, to sign up for classes, and to have your grandkids and your children become a docent in our student-docent training program. I want to thank Temple Aliyah and Shomrei Torah so much for having me here this evening and for allowing me to share the art of David Lavkovsky. Thank you.
Thank you, Leora. Let's give Leora a virtual round of applause here. I know we're all muted, but we can see the round of applause happening. I've been going around to the, very good. Now we have some with sound. I've been traveling between the different sessions, so I didn't actually hear as much as you all heard about the David Lavkovsky project, but I know a little bit from Leora earlier, and it's so incredible. For the last couple of minutes of this session, and again, you're gonna have to be the ones to educate me since you were here for the entire session and I wasn't. I want us to take a few minutes and relate the learning you just did with Leora to the larger session and the topic of Shavuot and Shavuot through the senses. So since I wasn't here for part of the session, would any of you like to share a piece of art you saw or something you learned this evening that sort of helps us as a Jewish people tell our story? I can't see everyone, so if you can feel free to just unmute yourself. Scrolling through everyone here. A piece of art you saw, something you learned this evening that either helps us tell our Jewish story, whether that's to the next generation or even to ourselves, or really helps us understand what Torah is and what our Jewish story is. Anyone willing to share? Either raise your hand or unmute yourself.
Come on, people. I saw so many amazing comments from you about how inspired you were. Now all of a sudden you're being shy.
I know it's hard with so many, this is amazing. We have so many people on this session, which is really a tribute to how amazing Leora's work is and how excited people were to be able to see some of it. But don't be shy, and I would love to hear.
All right, I have
Okay,
something.
so this is,
Oh.
Go ahead, Sandy.
Oh, hi, Jackie. I don't see you, but
Hi.
I recognize your voice.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of different, we saw muted, hollow looking pictures of people, of places. And then we saw vibrant, bright images of people, of the artist himself, we saw in both ways. The places we saw in, in pastel or very great overtones. And then we saw the same place, or a portion of the same place, when we went from the Jerusalem scene and the scene at the hotel. Again, very, very vibrant. We saw a man who got beaten down, but reblossomed, regrew, and who was able to show all these things and share them with the world, and quite miraculous. And thank you so much for sharing your cousin's work. It was really something to see. Thank you.
And I love that word that you've used, blossomed. That, I think that that's such a wonderful word to use to describe this renewal and how the human spirit can, is so resilient.
I have a comment. Somebody made this comment in the chat room, but I looked at it and that was really inspiring. When you looked at the village in the beginning, all the buildings were at different angles except the synagogue. The synagogue in the center was straight. And the person, I forget who made the comment, was the synagogue showing strength and its stability, and synagogue is the head of the community. It's just there. And I thought that was very, very telling in that picture.
Yeah, that's a wonderful comment. And, David also, so that particular painting that you saw was done from his memory after the war. And he knows what becomes of the Jewish community in Vilna. So the slantedness of the building, yes, there's some influence from Soutine, the artist Soutine, but in terms of the slantedness of the building, sort of like the dilapidation, he does it with knowing what becomes of this whole area. And yet, even in the destruction, the synagogue remains prominent. Yes, it's prominent when there's this thriving Jewish community, but even in the destruction, even after the Holocaust, the fact that the synagogue is still remaining and is still a powerful presence, especially to us, is significant.
Thank you so much, Leora and Barry and Sandy, everyone who's shared. Marilyn Friedberg also made a comment here that the use of color really tells stories, from muted darks signaling despair to vibrant, gorgeous pictures of abundance and brightness, that it's truly incredible. So I want to take this opportunity to thank Leora so much. Leora, do they have your contact information if they want to be in touch with you, if they want more information afterwards?
So it's David Lapkovsky Project, DAVID, Lab, LABKOVSKI, davidlapkovskyproject.org. And you can go on our website, you can view our exhibits, and feel free to reach out to me at info@davidlapkovsky.org. And thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for being with us. I think everyone's so inspired by your session. We'll have about a 7-minute break now. Feel free to stretch, use the bathroom, get a cup of coffee, and be back here, maybe here at 9:30 for Rabbi Cameron's session on seeing sound, the Israelites as people who mix senses, or head to breakout room 1 for touch, a session with Linda Fetter on mindfulness meditation using our senses, or you can head to the breakout room 2, Taste to Smell, where Alicia Cohen-Krause will be showing us how to make baked brie bites. So take your break, head to your next session, and thank you again to Leora.
Thank you.
Thanks, Leora. That was incredible. Just an
Thank you
amazing,
so much, Rabbi.
amazing
Thank you.
50 minutes of learning, insight, inspiration from you and your uncle.
Thank you.
Thanks, Leora.
I wish I had gone before you as opposed to having to go after you.
Maybe you can draw some drawings quickly and put them
Yeah.
up.
Maybe people will go into one of the other sessions so I won't have to feel so much pressure.
That was really good. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, we've actually had some of the students from 5 different high schools that participated in our first docent training program. And in addition to the learning, they also got community service hours. So when we launch it again in the fall, have your students sign up. There's no cost for it. And it's an amazing way for them to learn our history and also share it with their different schools.
We should talk to our USY chapters at Aliyah and Shomrei to get some of those kids involved.
That'd be wonderful.
And you should tell them about the virtual reality thing.
Oh, thank you, Jackie. How could I have forgotten that? So I think
I had AJL up instead of my own picture.
So Jackie actually got to experience this under our Director of Education, Stephanie Wolfson. We developed a virtual reality component, which Jackie Ben Ephraim got to experience. And you literally step into David Lavkovsky's paintings and become a part of the painting. You interact with the characters in the painting. You learn about their lives. And it's a truly unbelievable experience. The 2 paintings that we've chosen is one, the Vilna Synagogue Marketplace, and the other is my grandfather's house while he was growing up in Vilna. You get to light Shabbat candles, and this is all through virtual reality. And we hope once everyone can get together again, that more people will be able to experience this virtual reality experience. And maybe Jackie, you can share about it because you did experience it.
Yes. I think it's more participatory because you're actually in it. You're not talking about the picture. You've become, it's the difference between looking at a movie and being an actor in the movie. You're making it happen.
Yes. Yes.
And I also liked, because I had been to the Daniel Pearl magnet when you had something, and the students actually took some of the, because these were students who had never heard of the Holocaust, and how they took some of those experiences and compared them to things from their family history, events in their family history.
Yes.
Do you remember that? So
yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
But in general, I'm just saying art is like Torah. Turn it and turn it and turn it again. But this is a small device and I can't type on it. It's too small. So.
No, thank you very much for sharing that. And okay. We're actually going to be having an exhibit. One of the things that I did not mention was that David Lavkovsky also illustrated all the stories and characters of Shalom Aleichem. And we're going to be having that exhibit at the Los Angeles Museum of the Holocaust at the end of August. And we'll also have an online exhibit at the same time with different lectures combining art and literature. So it's amazing. We've done this Shalom Aleichem unit with students as young as 6th grade. And Shalom Aleichem, such a wonderful, wonderful author. And his humor is as funny today as it was 100 years ago. And combined with the art, it's really an amazing experience to see the students curate this Shalom Aleichem body of artwork and learn about life that was through David's artwork.
Well, once again, Leora, we cannot thank you enough for the really marvelous presentation, and for many of us, an introduction to your uncle and the power of art as a way of being able to tell the story of who we are as a Jewish people and how we've moved from such darkness to such incredible hope, resilience, and strength and courage throughout. So, Kol hakavod, and thank you very, very much for such an inspiring and moving session.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Just to let everybody know, while many of you, there were probably close to 80 people in Leora's session, there were about 90 to 100 people in the Cantor session and another dozen in the food session. So it's really wonderful to know that there are a couple hundred people who are participating in this Tikkun Leil Shavuot. And it's been fascinating to see around the country the remarkable offerings by the Jewish community around the country that have gotten together to provide such interesting opportunities to learn and gather and study and participate in this cultural revolution of Tikkun Leil Shavuot, even when we are faced with having to be in our homes because of COVID-19. It's, I think, a remarkable statement like the art of that we just saw that shows our resilience and our ability to respond positively to the experiences that are happening around us. So it's 9:30, and I imagine that those of you who are here made a mistake thinking that Leora was teaching right now, but unfortunately you missed that session. And so you're now here with me for this next session. Just in case you happen to have made a mistake, there is a session that Linda Feeder is teaching on mindful meditation using all of our senses. And there is a wonderful cooking session that's happening as well. I don't remember what it is that they're cooking. But if you're here with me, we're going to study a little bit of Torah, and through the study of Torah, try to have a deeper understanding of what might have happened at Mount Sinai, and what might have happened at Mount Sinai, what it can offer to us, how it might shed light on who we are as Jews, both individually and communally. Seth, if you can do me a favor, since I have one eye on the, the area where people are coming in, I want to try to focus more of my attention on teaching. So if you can make sure to let people in, that would be great.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I always like to begin my classes, especially when we're studying text, with the blessing of the recitation of Torah. So if you want to join me, it ends La'asok b'divrei Torah, Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kitshanu v'tzivanu la'asok b'divrei Torah. Oh, thank you, Ron. I usually just do the shorter version because that's the one that most people know. But if you want to say the whole thing, go for it. All right. Well, welcome, everybody. It's great to see all of you, especially at 9:30 at night when it's not an easy time for us to learn. It's not an easy time for us to do anything other than get in bed, curl up with a good book or some Netflix show. But here you are, willing, able, and ready to do some Torah learning. So with that, I'm going to share my screen as Leora shared hers to help us through this session called Revelation, Making Sense of Sinai. And I want to focus, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to make it a little bit bigger for everybody. Okay, how's that? Could everybody see it? All right, so the verse that I want to focus on this evening is the verse from Exodus 20, 15. And I want you to take a look at this verse carefully and read it and tell me what doesn't seem to make sense. V'chola ha'am ro'im et hakolot ve'et halapidim ve'et kol hashofar ve'et har oshen ve'yara ha'am v'yanuhu v'yamidu merachok. So all the people saw the sounds and the lightning, the voice of the horn, and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they fell back and stood at a distance. So just from a quick standpoint, what appears in this verse that is unusual? What do you notice here in a close reading of the text that strikes you as odd?
So the sounds.
Yeah, say that. Say it more clearly, Maxine.
The people saw the sounds.
Yeah, exactly.
Making
What
the
does
sounds
that
visual.
mean? The people saw the sounds. Normally, we hear sounds. We don't see sounds. So immediately, what does the text offer us in terms of the experience of revelation at Mount Sinai that is unique to all other experiences that we as human beings might have?
In the presence of the divine, physics are suspended.
Okay, go on a little bit more. What does that mean?
That the text is very plain, that the people saw sound, and that obviously begs the question, how is that possible? And my solution, when it's one of my favorite lines of Torah ever, when I read this, is that it means exactly what it says, and in the presence of the divine, that the laws of physics were suspended.
Great. Okay. Thank you. John, I saw your hand was raised.
The sense I get is that potentially the sounds, the intensity of the sounds were so overwhelming that it starts to impact your vision. Almost like sometimes you're at a really loud rock concert, right? Like you feel like you could actually see some of the vibrations and impact of the sound.
Very good. Okay, so you're actually even bringing it back to what Rabbi Golko started in the very beginning, which was to teach us that sometimes we can be so overcome by our senses that they start to play tricks on us, that we don't necessarily experience things the way we would normally experience them because of the overwhelming senses that are being tested, challenged in that moment. I just want to remind everybody, if you come on either to mute yourself or if you're still watching the live stream, turn the live stream off. David Katz, I think it's you where there was an echo, so I just muted you. David, can you hear me? Okay, so you want turn off your live stream, David, or there was an echo. All right, any other comments about seeing the sounds of as opposed to hearing the sounds? Anybody else? I want to make sure that I didn't miss anybody.
Well, maybe you think the sound waves, that because it was Hashem, you were able to actually see the waves, because sound does make them.
Okay, so again, similar to what Ron said, when God reveals God's self, things are not normal. Things don't act the way that we normally would experience things. There is something highly unusual, unique to this moment that is specific to only Revelation and no other time. The rabbis, our sages, and even commentaries, translators of the Tanakh have a hard time making sense of what this means when it uses the verb roim, to see sounds. And so I just happened to glance at a number of different Humashim, a number of different versions of the Torah to see how they translate. And you can see the Koran Bible says perceived the thunderings. So what do they do with the word ro'im, which in Hebrew ro'em means to see? How do they understand it? They don't agree with Ron Goldberg's understanding. And instead, it's not so much that they saw anything, they perceived or they experienced the revelation. So there wasn't a mix up of their senses. Chabad translates in their Tanakh as they saw the voices and the torches. So they're willing to stick close to the text, although kolot they translate here as voices, as opposed to as sounds or thunderings. And Rev Zalman, they were seeing the thunder sounds. So again, all sorts of people trying to translate that which is untranslatable because we don't normally see sound. We normally hear sound. So I wanted us to take a look at a number of commentators that try to make sense of this, and we'll see what each one adds to our experience of this verse. So first from the Mechilta de Rabbi Yishmael, which is a very ancient midrashic text on the book of Exodus. And all the people saw the sounds and the lightnings. So that's the verse. They saw what was visible and heard what was audible. These are the words of Rabbi Ishmael. Rabbi Akiva says they saw what was audible and they heard what was visible. So, what do you make of that? How do you understand what Rabbi Akiva is trying to do here versus what Rabbi Ishmael is trying to do here?
Our senses were all mixed up. They were blending into each other.
Okay, to show us the unique aspect
Mm-hmm.
of this experience. What does Rabbi Ishmael tell us when he says they saw what was visible and heard what was audible? How would you describe a Rabbi Ishmael?
He's trying to make sense of it for all of us in our own reality. Most people would say, well, you can't see sound, you can't hear things that, like colors, for example. I did make a comment there in the late 60s. I lived in Haight-Ashbury. I was a hippie with a little help of marijuana. Yeah, I definitely saw sounds. We listened to music. You could see the music. You could hear the colors. And our rabbi at the time related this experience to this part of the Torah. That was in 67.
That's great, Dee. Thank you. So Rabbi Ishmael takes a much more rationalist approach than Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva, I'm not going to certainly say that he was on drugs, although he did have mystical experiences. He was the one who went through the Pardes and managed to come out and survive it and not be impacted by the experience of the Pardes the way the other rabbis who went in there were impacted by it. But he wants us to look at it from a very rationalistic standpoint, whereas Rabbi Akiva wants us to challenge our experience and tell us that when we think about mystical experiences, the very nature of a mystical experience is that it is not rational, that there's no way in which we can explain clearly through the rational mind what has happened. Right? That's the very point of Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva wants to emphasize, no, this was not a normal moment in the life of the Jewish people. This was an unusual moment. Have you ever had, besides Dee's example that she shared with us, have you had such an experience where your senses are crossed, where you've moved beyond the rational and you've experienced something that might be a little bit more mystical that you can remember? And if you did, would you be willing to share with us what that experience was like?
A lot of people say that under anesthesia and going through surgery, there's the out of body experience where they're, that might be mystical thing.
Okay, has that happened with you?
No, I just had my own things, but I've heard that from people.
Okay. Anybody else? Yeah, Ruth Ann. By the way, I'm sorry I can't see all of you because I'm sharing my screen, so I only see a piece of you. So feel free to unmute, jump in, and share because I just won't be able to scroll through. But Ruth Ann, I did see your hand up. You just have to unmute yourself. You're still muted.
Okay. I had that experience when I went to the wall for the first time when I was in my 20s. And, it just was, I wasn't expecting it. So it wasn't like I was looking for something that I was expecting. It just was, I could see in a flash, I was present at all of the past of the Jews. I could see that we were in Egypt. I could see where the future, I could just see it was a unique experience. It's
Okay.
not directly related to sound. Well, I don't know, sound and vision, but it was just unique.
So in other words, the experience of being at the Kotel in Jerusalem for the first time was one that created a sense of sensory overload that allowed you to experience the history of the Jewish people in the moment in which you were seeing the stones of the Kotel. Great. Nancy, I see you raised your hand.
Okay, sometimes, when you go like to the Hollywood Bowl, they say close your eyes and envision, and you hear the music and you kind of hear it better if you're not looking at it.
Okay, so you're raising a very important point, which is that sometimes one sense of ours is so much stronger than others that it takes over our ability to notice that our other senses can experience more deeply. And when we block out, when we close off some of the senses, that allows for our other senses to become more sensitized. And for us to be able to experience whatever it is that is happening around us in a more intense way. Anybody else can remember a moment of a mystical experience that you couldn't exactly describe? Okay, then let's.
Revital.
Yeah, thank you. Revital.
Hi, Chag Sameach.
And to you.
Thank you. I think we talked about this, and I'm going to Google it after we're done, but there is a condition where people actually see sounds all the time. And I actually had a student like that.
Yes, it's called synesthesia. And it just so happens if we scroll down on my thing, look at that. There it is, synesthesia. So without even knowing where I was going, Revital, you went to where I'm going. So thank you. We're going to go back for a minute, though. We're going to get there in hopefully about 5 minutes. So I just want to share a few more passages, and then we're going to jump into that very thing. And you may remember, Revital, and some of you who are members of Shomrei Torah, a couple years ago, I gave a sermon on the high holidays about this condition of synesthesia. So we saw what the Mechilta said. Rashi offers us, he says, they saw the sounds, they saw that which should be heard, something which is impossible to see on any other occasion. So Rashi again is trying to emphasize the unique aspect of the moment of revelation.
Rashi agrees with me.
Yes, that's one way of looking at it, Ron. Or you can say Baruch Shekavanti, which means that I agree with Rashi. The Sforno, an Italian exegete, says, this is like Vilibi Ra'ah, and my heart saw, from the book of Kohelet. They meditated on the idea of the sounds, but they were unable to endure it. As it said, Let me not hear the voice of the Lord my God any longer, or see this wondrous fire anymore, lest I die. So what is Sforno doing? How is he dealing with this question of seen sounds when he says, my heart saw, but they were unable to endure it? What does he add to this experience of revelation? When we think of my heart seen, when you see with your heart, how is that different than when you see with your eyes?
It's just more encompassing.
Well, what does it add, right? When we think of our hearts, what do we normally think of? What's associated with our hearts?
Emotions.
Our emotions. Okay, so Mount Sinai was an experience of seeing, it was an experience of hearing, and it was a deep experience of feeling. There was an overwhelming sense of an opening, a breaking open of our hearts. When has your heart been overwhelmed? When have you felt a sense of your heart breaking, both negatively and positively? When have you, uncircumcised your heart, which is the language that the Torah speaks of when we can experience the fullness of God? Have you had such an experience in your life?
Yes.
Child.
Great. The birth of a child. You cannot explain in words. You can see what's happening. You can hear what's happening. You may even be the one who's bringing forth that child into the world. But can you articulate in the way in which your heart is feeling in that moment simply with words? Right? Probably not. That's a great example. And I heard somebody else give another example.
I'll give another one, the death of a parent. I felt my heart totally breaking apart.
And no words are able to describe the experience that your heart is feeling in that moment. And that's why when we sit with somebody who has lost a loved one, our goal is not to be able to give words to them, because no words can really help express the intensity of that loss, but it's rather just to simply be with them, hold them, and let them know that they're not alone. All right, so the Sforno adds this whole piece of the emotional experience of revelation. Ibn Ezra offers this, and all the nations saw the sounds. Huh, interesting, right? What does he immediately add here that was not in the text originally?
He's made it plural.
Yeah, who is it who saw not just the Israelites at Sinai, but the whole world was able to glimpse this experience? However, he continues, I have previously explained the intent of seeing the sounds. All sensations join together and are processed at one point. And this is the meaning when they saw the sounds and the lightning. This drove a person to be afraid, and the voice of the shofar was something never heard before, and the mountain itself was smoke. When they saw these wonders, they trembled. So the experience of merging our senses is one that creates a certain sense of awe or awesomeness in our experience. It's unfortunate that most of the time when we listen to the reading of the Torah, when we study Torah, it's hard to experience that which Ibn Ezra is saying, the sense of trembling of awe of all of our senses joining together in knowing that we are experiencing and witnessing something that is unique and something that is unusual. But that is the kavanah, that's the intention that we want to actually approach when we hear the reading of the Torah. Oftentimes in synagogue, when the Torah is being read, that is usually our excuse to sit and chat with our neighbors or go to get a drink of water or something else. It's not this idea that is expressed in the commentators here, that all of our senses should be heightened and that we should be overwhelmed by the experience. Okay, we're going to look at one more text, the Sfat Emet, who was a Chassid, a mystic. And what does he say? The seer looks at a thing in its completeness exactly as it is. But for the hearer, the sound changes as it enters his ears. And it isn't exactly the same sound that was originally made. That's the advantage of seeing. But with hearing, there is an advantage that the sound truly enters inside of him through the ear, whereas the sight remains outside. With this in mind, the verse teaches us that the children of Israel had both advantages. They received the words in the manner of seen sounds, such that even though they truly entered inside of them, nevertheless, they saw the sounds with any distortion. Does anybody want to try to explain what it is that the Sfat Emet is suggesting here in this passage? What happens to us physically when we hear sounds? Does anything happen to us physically?
I think it moves us.
What part of us does it move?
The heart, the soul. I mean, we feel it deep within, and we all interpret the sounds differently. As one may hear a melody or a song and interpret it in one way. One may hear something once and remember it for a lifetime. One may sit down at a piano, hear something and produce it, but each one of us interprets sound uniquely and in a very deep sense, because it's something that, as he says, is taken within.
Excellent. Judy, that's exactly where I'm going to end tonight's teaching. That's where I want to get to through the next couple of texts. Do you know, physically, there is something that happens to us when sound enters our ears. It actually moves the eardrum. There's a vibration inside. Sandy, I'm surprised as an audiologist you didn't jump on this.
Well, I was about to, and then people had things that were so much more interesting sounding than the physiology. I can tell you the physiology, which is quick. Sound hits the eardrum, moves the ossicles, which are those three little bones in our middle ear, and which are if it matters, they are fully developed size-wise at birth. While everything else in our body grows, those little bones are fully grown. So whether that having an adult size structure has anything to do with all of this that you're describing, I don't know. And then that continues on, and it causes a sensation of vibrating fluid in your inner ear that moves. This is physiologically probably not interesting to people so much, but it moves a lot of little what are called hair cells in the inner ear, and it's all functioning well. Then you hear the different sounds and the different pitches, the different frequencies of sound. All that sound is sent to the brain to actually be interpreted. And then we go back to what Judy Groner had to say about how our body takes in these sounds beyond the physiological, the peshat of how we hear.
Okay, that was wonderful. Thank you. And that's what I was hoping you would say. I couldn't say it as eloquently as you. That the very point of this midrash is to teach us that when we stood at Sinai, two things happened. Number one is we were physically touched by God, right? Because the sound of revelation entered into our eardrum, and everything that Sandy just explained to us happened to us. And I say us because our tradition teaches us that every Jew, past, present, and future, stood at Sinai, which means each one of us experienced the physical touching of God through the hearing of God. That's, I think, why the Torah emphasizes this idea of kolot, right? Of seeing in this context is, right, the experience of touch. So again, it's another one of those crosses of the senses. We're seeing sound, we're experiencing the physical touch of God, and then each one of us is interpreting that experience, as Judy said, in our own unique way. So that what happened at Sinai for you is not what happened at Sinai for me. Because your moment of experiencing God's revelation is unique to you. And I can't ever come to understand that in the same way that we can't ever understand another person's unique experiences. It doesn't make your experience of revelation better, worse, right, or wrong versus mine. It just allows us to be able to understand that as a community, each one of us experience that moment in a very unique way, because my feelings, right, when somebody touches me is different than when somebody touches you. And that's what this Sfat Emet is trying to reach. Now, I want to go back to what Revital said, but before I go on, is there anybody else that had a comment about Sfat Emet?
Did you read the comments of the Kli Yakar, Rabbi? Because he has one that I really like.
I did, and I didn't add him, but I did read him. But remind me.
Okay, Roim ba'avir kol ha'otiot, v'ki'ilu haya ha'kol katuv lifnechem. So he sees it as that literally the letters were suspended in the air before the children of Israel, and it's as if they saw everything written out in the sky. And I like that vision, that visual, that they're actually, the sounds were literally typed into the air for them to see. For me, it's my favorite lines of Torah. And I think it's meant to be taken literally, that they did see sound, that they did have this crossing of the senses.
In what language, Ron?
Which leads us to this idea of what Revital shared with us earlier of synesthesia. If I'm pronouncing that right, I hope I am pronouncing it right. So what is synesthesia? So it's the production of a sense impression relating to one sense or part of the body by stimulation of another sense of a part of the body. So I'm going to give you a very specific example from this young woman, Annie Dickinson, who's a synesthete, and she defines her condition in the following way. She says, it's a neurological condition that affects 4% of the general population, where 2 or more of the senses of the brain are crossed. Stimulation of one sensory pathway involuntarily leads to the stimulation of another, which can create some unique perceptions of the world for the affected person. So she has chromosynesthesia, where sounds become colors. There's other people who experience it so that if they see somebody that falls and trips or gets punched, they feel the pain. Or if somebody eats, they can feel full from watching somebody else eat. And this is a real condition that affects 4% of the population. Annie Dickinson literally sees sound. She sees it as color. So I want to share with you, she shared a TEDx youth talk, and this is what she says to the people who gather to listen to her. From her experience of being able to see, right, the sounds of other people, she says when each person speaks, when she hears people speak, each voice presents a unique color to her. Not only that, but the moods and feelings of the person can actually change the colors of that person. So she describes, her parents have a normal color. that whenever they speak, she sees them when they're speaking in their specific color. But if they get angry or they're sad, if they're impatient, whatever emotion is added to their normal stance, she says it changes the actual color of the sound of their voices. So she says, as I learned more about myself, I realized that I could use synesthesia to understand more about those around me. The people I know well, I have noticed that the color of their voice can change just slightly based upon how they are feeling. The more I listen to a person, the more I am able to understand about them. Our society seems to be one in which we think, well, actually, before we get there, let me scroll back up again. So just let's take this paragraph for a second. The people that I know well, I've noticed that the color of their voice can change just slightly based upon how they are feeling. The more I listen to a person, the more I am able to understand them. Are there moments in your life with people who you spend a great deal of time with where you have misunderstandings?
Sure.
Right. And do you have a tendency to misunderstand people that you know really, really well? Of course, right? It's the people who we know best, the people who we live with on a regular basis, who we often find that in our communication with them, we are not understanding a single thing that they are saying. We hear what it is that they are saying, but the sounds don't necessarily travel into our inner eardrum and impact us in a way which allows us to see them and understand them. Instead, what do we see and what do we understand? We see ourselves. We place upon another person our own experiences and our own perceptions. And it's in those moments that, right, we end up in conflict with the other person. So the goal of being able to hear is not to just be able to hear with our ears, but the goal is to be able to hear, to listen with all of our senses at once, to imagine the way the Israelites stood at Sinai and actually heard the word of God. That ideally, every time we stand before another human being who is created in that image of God, right, we should listen to them, see them, hear them, experience them the way that the Israelites saw, heard, and experienced God at Sinai. But that doesn't happen. Why doesn't it happen that way? Why don't we take listening seriously in the manner in which I think the Torah is challenging us, encouraging us to be able to listen, which Annie Dickinson, right, in her ability to have a multiplicity of senses happening at the same time when people speak, can get that which most of us can't. Why doesn't it happen that way? Why can't we listen in that manner?
Orange tear, I love that.
Okay.
What gets in the way?
Our ego gets in the way.
What do you mean when you say our ego gets in the way?
Well, I mean, in a way, we're trapped in ourselves. I mean, in normal circumstances, we just can't do it. I mean, we can't do what Annie can do. The 96%.
We're too busy multitasking.
What are we usually doing when we're listening to somebody else?
Thinking of what we're going to say next, sometimes.
Or thinking about who else we're going to talk to, or about what else we need to get done, or any number of things, right? So the verse in the Torah is challenging us to be able to listen with the totality of our being, the way in which Annie Dickinson has no choice but to live her life. So she continues, our society seems to be one in which we think we are all experts. The tendency is to quickly insist that our ideas, opinions, and perspectives are the only ones that are valid. Anything that doesn't line up with our personal experiences or our vantage point is often dismissed as untrue or fabricated. In order to experience the full diversity and color of our society, we must give people the chance to speak and to speak often. We must learn to listen with an open mind and give consistent voice to those around us. Synesthesia has taught me that the world is bigger than any one person's experiences. Conflicting perceptions do not have to lead to battles which strike down one view and declare another victorious. How much less conflict would there be, and how much different would our news feeds look if we began with our minds open to the idea that another viewpoint, while different, is equally true and equally real? How much less conflict would there be if we allowed others to live in their truth by admitting that the human experience has the potential to range far beyond what we understand or perceive? We have waded into a world that is alive with color. Only when, right, we can fully hear and see and experience and feel another person the way in which the Israelites saw, felt, and heard and experienced God, can we, right, fix the ills of our society, the world in which we live in either you're right or I'm right, and there's no right gray in between. I just want to pause for a second as we, take in Annie's words, that the ability to experience fully another and understand that their truth, while it is different than our truth, doesn't make their truth, because it's different than our truth, false. That's the message of Sinai, right? That's the lesson of Revelation. And the rabbis, right, make it very clear, right? When they say, Rabbi Levi taught, God appeared to the Israelites at Mount Sinai as though he were a statue or a mirror with faces on every side. 1,000 people may look at the statue, but it would appear to each as though it were looking directly at him. So it is written, I am the Lord your God. Your in the second person, singular, not plural. In other words, God revealed God's self to each person uniquely. Each person experienced revelation. Each person heard the sounds, saw the sounds as they entered into their eardrum, felt God touch them in their specific and unique way. Rabbi Yossi Bar Hanina taught at Mount Sinai, God spoke to each and every person according to his or her own particular ability. And do not wonder at this, for when the manna came down for Israel, each and every person tasted it in his or her own way. Infants in their way, the young in their way, the old in their way. As David said, the voice of the Lord is in its strength. Notice the psalm does not say in God's strength, but in its strength. That is, the words were spoken strongly enough to be heard and understood according to the ability of each and every person who listens to God's world. So, what is Sinai teaching us, right? How does the experience of revelation suggest that we might engage with the varied and many people in our lives? Right? What's the lesson for you right? As you experience revelation all over again, when you hear the Torah, right, being chanted. The reason that we hear the Torah being chanted as often as we do is perhaps because we are trying to recognize the importance of the moment when God revealed God's self to the Jewish people. And that moment of revelation is a constant reminder of how we need to approach every interaction that we have with another human being. Too often, right, we respond in judgment. The first thing when we hear something, when we read something, when we hear another person, is we evaluate that through our own experience. Perfectly natural. But the Torah is inviting us to say, yes, that's true. I hear it in my own experience, but so did the other person experience it as well. And their experience is so vastly different than my experience. Let me pause just for a minute and take, thoughts, reactions, comments based upon what we've, so far read and heard. Anybody have anything to add?
I think the tone of a person's voice, you hear if it's low, maybe it's something sad, or if it's high, or their tone and the way they speak, that has a lot to say of what they're telling you.
So maybe that's the way for those of us who are not, synesthetes, that we can make sure that when we listen to a person, not only do we listen to their words that are coming out of their mouth, but we also listen to them by noticing their body language, by recognizing the tone of their voice, by seeing how they are approaching the conversation, and in that maybe pause and try to understand before responding to whatever it is that person is saying. We only have a couple, any other comment before I, share with you this last beautiful text by Merrill Feld, this poem? Any other thoughts?
I just wanted to say that it's the same thing with email. You can never tell what the person's actually sounding like, what the tone is, if it's sarcastic or if it's humorous or whatever. I hate emails. Anyway.
Well, all we need to do is, before we respond, we can always ask questions. I read your email and I think I understood it this way. Is that the way you intended it? Too often we don't take that additional step. We just respond based upon what we think the other person is saying, without necessarily asking the other person, is this what you really intended? All right, we're going to conclude with this poem by Merrill Feld. We all stood together. My brother and I were at Sinai. He kept a journal of what he saw, of what he heard, of what it all meant to him. I wish I had such a record of what happened to me there. It seems like every time I want to write, I can't. I'm always holding a baby, one of my own or one for a friend, always holding a baby, so my hands are never free to write things down. What is she adding to the discussion? How is her experience of Sinai, her experience of the revelation, her moment different than your moment or my moment?
I think what she's saying is that her brother actually captured the sounds and is able to then go back and see the sounds when he reads his journal. And she is unable to do that. And so I think she's yearning to have that particular experience, that aspect of the experience that he's managed to preserve he's never going to be able to go back to it. It's like a missed opportunity.
What is his journal? What do you think the journal that he wrote of his experiences?
I don't know, but I know it's something that in order to go back to, he needs to see. He needs to read. In order to read, by the reading he's seeing, he's not hearing anymore. And in order to hear, go back and hear the experience, he needs to actually see the words that he wrote. So I'm tying it back to seeing the sounds.
Good, thank you. John.
This may be crazy, but it's interesting because it actually sounds like a brother sister. Like maybe this is like Moshe, he wrote it all down. You know, his sister had a totally different experience there. And she's lamenting a little bit, but also representing the fact that there were just lots of different people in different positions, and they all did the best they could to support each other.
Nice. So the journal perhaps is the Torah that we have, that is one and only one experience of that moment at Sinai. And while it's an important telling of the moment at Revelation, it's not the only telling of the moment at Revelation. It certainly is the one that the Jewish people have held fast to for all these years. But the beauty of Judaism is that we never read the Torah, right, in a simple pshat manner solely, because it only is the experience of some people. It's not the experience of all the people. Everybody who was there saw, right, the sounds. Everybody who was there was touched by the experience of God's revelation. Only some of them were able to write it down, but each of us, right, needs to tell the story of what that moment of revelation meant to us. In the same way that each one of us's experiences of life is unique, and to be fully human is to understand that just as we experience truth in our life, so too do all the other people around us. And their truth is essential, and our truth is essential. And together, only together as a people, and only together as humanity, can we, right, live God's word. We all experienced Sinai. We all experienced revelation. And we all have to be open to each other's truth. And only when we can be open to each other's truth, right, can we fulfill ultimately what the Torah is all about, right?
Rabbi?
A Torah of loving kindness. Yeah, Revital.
How do you read her twice saying that she's holding a baby? How that sounds like a complaint to me. And that, you know, there's many different ways to hear this. I'm curious to hear how you hear it.
Yeah, I think it's
like she's lamenting that all she could do was have babies. She couldn't write things down.
So I think
that's better to hold babies than to write things down.
Well, so there is a certain lament to say, I think on a pshat level of her poem, what she's saying is the male interpretation of the experience of Sinai became the predominant way in which we understand the experience of Sinai, because the women's experience of Sinai was also experienced while the women were doing other very important things. Or maybe the experience of Sinai can only be read through the experience of what it means to birth a child, to care for a child, to hold another. That the whole idea of Sinai is to move beyond, right, my singular experience and to recognize that I am responsible for another. And somehow Sinai and my responsibility towards the other go hand in hand.
Can you scroll up the tiniest bit above?
Yeah.
Oh, so we know, okay, we know it was written by a woman. I was going to say, if we didn't know who wrote it, I know that we assume that the person always holding a baby is a woman. If the author was unknown, there could be another man always holding his baby or someone else's baby. I don't know that this person is necessarily complaining they about holding the baby, as maybe not lamenting the baby and having a baby, hers, presumably hers or someone else's to hold, because that sounds pretty cool to me. But to not have also had something else. So not regretting one thing, but still wishing for something else. Also, her brother was so busy writing down, keeping this journal. Was he living in the moment or spending all the time keeping the journal? I sometimes think of this when I see people with cameras and video recorders on vacation. And are they even seeing, are they experiencing what they're seeing? They have this great record. They can look and say, we went here and we went there. But were they really there? I mean, they were there physically, but did they get a chance to really be there? So they both got something out of their experience at Sinai in my reading of this.
The beauty of poetry is we can turn it and turn it, just like Torah. We can turn it and turn it and read so much into it and bring our own personal experiences into the understanding of the poem in the same way that we bring our own personal experiences into the revelation at Sinai, just as we need to bring our own experiences into a conversation with another, but equally allow that person's experiences to also be heard by us in that conversation. So we've gone a little bit over, and we're not going to have a long break, so we're going to stop here. Thank you all for your participation. Thank you all for being here this late in the evening. Hopefully you will stay with us. I believe Rabbi Glucko is back, so I know, don't know if she wants to jump in and say something or not.
Thank you so much to Rabbi Camrus. We can give him a little silent virtual round of applause for teaching. You have about a 5-minute break now. The next session begins at 10:30. So if you stay in this Zoom room, Rabbi Vogel will be teaching a session about seeing tzitzit, the obligation to see your tzitzit. If you go to breakout room number 1, which has the hearing and touch sessions, the cantors will be leading a session called Sinai, Songs of Change. And if you go to breakout room number 2, the taste and smell breakout room, Rabbi Chana Estrin will be teaching everyone how to make shakshuka. So you have lots of great choices for this next hour. So take a 4-minute stretch break, and we'll see you at your next session soon.
Rabbi Vogel, I made you the co-host.
Thank you. You mean I'm going up against shakshuka? Man, I don't stand a chance.
Yeah, that's where I'm going. I'm going to eat some shakshuka.
A tasty mess.
Yasher Koach, Rabbi Camrus. That was beautiful teaching.
Thank you. Baruch Tiyah. It's really nice to know that there are so many people who are part of our learning this evening.
It is nice. How many were with? Do you know how many were in the cantor session now?
Yeah, the first cantor session that I went into had over 50, I think. But that was two sessions ago. The meditation session I think had 25 or so, maybe a little more. The cooking sessions have been the smallest so far, which I think is good. Makes for a more interactive experience. There have been sort of 8 or so people in each of those, and the site sessions have been having big numbers. Yeah, but it's really great.
So, Rabbi Vogel and Rabbi Golko, are you staying in this session? Do you want me to make you a co-host, or you're going to be leaving again?
Rabbi Vogel's definitely staying because he's teaching this. I'm going to leave because I'm going to definitely, at least at the end, make sure to make an announcement to get everyone back into this room. I'm going to go to the other 2 to make sure everyone comes back in here at 11:30. So someone may have to make me a co-host again when we
Okay,
get
I'm gonna go out because I'm going to, I'm supposed to teach somewhere else for a little bit. So Rabbi Vogel, I'm gonna make you the full host so that when I leave, and then I will just come back in at 11:30. Okay?
All right.
however you work it out, as long as at 11:30 somebody will help.
Oh, and you know what? And Seth is still here. So he also, Seth, you're hanging out for a while?
He might be on, but not, he might not have the audio on.
Okay. All right. Well, Stuart, I just made you the full host. So I will see you back. I won't see you, but I'll see the rest of you back if you're still here at 11:30.
All right. Rabbi Galka, what time are you going to get back here?
Around 11:20, but it could be a few minutes out. I've been sort of moving around.
Right. So then I'll make you the host. I'll pass it on, and then I'll go do the rabbinical assembly stuff.
That's fine. That works.
All right.
That's fine. Yes, definitely before 11:30, I'll be back.
All right. Nice to see my Aliyah and Shomrei Torah friends there. Look at the Carols. Look at that. Sherry and Rob. Carols, I miss you at Friday services with the grandkids.
Well, you have to have Friday services with the grandkids. Once this pandemic is over, we'll be back. I miss the grandkids.
I bet you do. And Sandy, how's Peter doing? Hold on, let me unmute you. Can you unmute yourself?
I can do this. Sorry, I forgot about the whole mute. Thank you for asking. Peter is doing well, but he just faded out. I'm trying to stay awake. I'm doing my best. As an aside, Michaela graduated Harvard Law School today. Did you hear me?
Yeah, I think it's my Wi-Fi is a little wonky, I think, unfortunately, in my neighborhood, actually. So go ahead. What about Peter?
So Peter just faded away, and I'm doing my best, but I don't know how long I'll stay awake, which I'm sorry, because I'd love to see you. And Michaela graduated from Harvard Law School today.
Oh, mazal tov, that's wonderful.
I will Facebook her, text her, or something to let her know that I got a chance to tell you.
Oh, please.
Very virtually, of course.
Wow. Is she gonna have a job next year, or is there?
She's already got a job. Michaela's always, she was set up. She probably got the job when she was 12 when she graduated from law school, knowing her. You know, she's always been precocious.
She is.
And wonderful. Right. And wonderful.
Right. These are the troopers. Absolutely. These are the diehards, like those who stood up at Mount Sinai, waited to experience God. And they just waited and waited and waited. Although some of them are off screen, they couldn't wait, apparently. There's Jerry Appleby coming in. Those of you, if you're on, if you I can see your faces, it's even more inspirational, but it's up to you. Unless you're falling asleep in front of that computer. Here you go, Andy. Andy's awake still. Andy, is the bris on for Sunday? You're muted right now.
We'll know tomorrow.
Okay. All right, Mitch Kreitenberg, Rick Schumacher. He looks like he's been waiting at Mount Sinai with that beard. There he goes. He's all right. Give a couple more minutes. I think we've just got about everybody. All right. I'm going to apologize in advance. Apparently, my neighborhood is having Wi-Fi problems. It's not even in my house, apparently. It's sort of in the neighborhood. And so if I freeze occasionally, you'll apologize. I apologize in advance. I want you to try and hang on for the full period, because we're going to start with seats, but we're going to end up talking about healthy distancing and 6 feet of distance. And I'm going to show you how we're going to get there. And in order to get there, you're going to have to stay there with me for about 45 minutes. All right. So if you have coffee, by the way, cheesecake is great for this. Rick, is that what you got? Cheesecake? If you have cheesecake, it's sugar. Anything you have that's sugar is good. Ice cream is good for this time of night. Yeah, go get whatever you have that's sugar. There you go. Haagen-Dazs. That'll keep you up. All kinds of in all kinds of ways. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start with the basic section that you know. You all know the section of Vayomer. So let me pull up to the screen. Hold on here. There we go. All right, can you all see that? Just shake a head if you can. All right. And let me see. Am I supposed to let in people? I guess so. Or someone else. All right. I'm going to read the Hebrew, and even though it's because I want you to hear the Hebrew, because this is going to be important. And then there's English translation there to help you through if you want to, and I'll kind of go through. Vayomer Adonai el Moshe lemor. That's the easy part, right? And God said to Moses, Daber el bnei Israel, speak unto the children of Israel. Ve'amarta lehem, you shall say to them, Asu lahem tzitzit. You shall make tzitzit, all kanfei dehem, right, on the corners of the garments, the dorotam, forever, for all generations. V'natnu al tzitzit, and you shall put on the tzitzit of the corner, patil tachelet, you shall put a thread of blue, of tachelet. V'hayalechem tzitzit, and there shall be to you, it's plural by the way, tzitzit, and you shall see, I want you to see this word, uritem, you shall see it. All right, the tzitzit, uzchartem, and you shall remember, et kol mitzvot, and all the commandments, Adonai v'asitem otam, you shall remember and you shall do them. V'lo taturu acharei levavchem. You shall not, this word is taturu, we're going to talk about later. You shall not seek after, go after, acharei levavchem, after your hearts. The acharei nehem, and after your eyes. Asher atem zonim achareihem. Right, zonim, do you know the Hebrew word zonah? It's not a good Hebrew word.
Prostitute.
There you go. Thank you, Mike Schulkopper.
You're welcome.
Right? You shall not go prostituting. Right? They put lustful. But right, Michael? Like Mike, zonah is like hard, it's much tougher, right? Than just being lustful.
It's it's like another Yiddish word for another thing, but it's very, very loaded.
Right. I mean, there's good lust. We should all want to be good lust. This is like the bad stuff. And you shall not prostitute yourself after these things. Leman tiskeru, so that you shall remember. V'asitem et kol mitzvotai, and you shall remember all my, and you shall do all of my commandments. V'yitem kedoshim lehem, and you shall be holy to the Lord your God. All right, I am the Lord. Right? Oh, I'm the Lord your God. Asher hotzeti etchem me'eretz Mitzrayim, who took you out of the land of Egypt. Liot lachem le'Elohim, shall be to you God. Ani Adonai Elohechem, I'm the Lord your God. All right, so I'm gonna bring you all back for a moment. All right, who can? You'll raise a hand and I'll call on you. Right? What are we supposed to learn about seeing the tzitzit, about that thing on the corner, whatever it's supposed to be? What's the most important part about seeing? What are we supposed to? Why is it there? There's some obvious answers and there's not so obvious answers. So, Jerry Appleby, give me an obvious answer.
To remember the commandments.
Okay, good.
The number of knots, etc., remind us specifically the numbers and things like that.
All right, and we're going to get to how the rabbis do that because they had to be very creative. They had to be very creative. We're going to get to that in a moment. Anybody else? What else? Why are they there? Or why is it there? Many of you recite these, or some of you recite them every day, some of you recite them every week, and Shabbos. Vayomer, I mean, like, what are those tzitzit about? Any other ideas? Come on. All right, you're gonna play coy. All right, tell you what, let's go on then. and we'll come up with a little bit more. We'll see what we can do here together.
I muted us.
All right, can you see again? All right, here we go. Now Rashi, Uzkartem, you shall remember all the commandments of the Lord. The tzitzit will remind one of all the commandments because the numerical value, here's the way the rabbis get to it. Do you ever wonder how you get to 613 commandments? It's a very, like, we're going to talk about this in a moment. Because the numerical value, the letters of the word tzitzit, you have to look at tzitzit, equal, right, 600. The tzadi is worth 90, yod is worth 10, another 90, another 10, that's 200. And a taf is worth 400 in the Jewish bingo game, right, of gematria. So you get 600. Now, how are we going to get the 13? There are 8 threads and 5 knots in the fringes, so that you have 613, which is also the number of commandments in the Torah. Now, how many of you thought that that was a very creative way of getting to 613? I can't imagine you ever thought of how you get there in terms of thinking about the commandments. But the idea of looking at the commandments and seeing them, why do they want you to see it? Yes.
What came first? The name tzitzit?
Go ahead.
Came first?
Go ahead.
What came first, the name tzitzit or the 600?
The rabbis are very creative. There's no question. Rabbi Cameron, I think, was talking about Rabbi Akiva, who could come up with all kinds of explanations. This is the way that they had to think about the commandments. But we're going to talk about what does it mean then to think about the commandments. And they just want you to think of all 613 commandments. They want you to think of every single one when you look at them. All right? So any questions or comments yet? Nothing yet, all right?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch that we can't do anymore. So we're looking at a bunch of tzitzit, but we can't do some of the commandments anymore.
So that is so beautiful. Like the rabbis knew of the 613 commandments, you couldn't do them all, and yet they somehow wanted you to have them, to think about them all. Why do you think they want you to think about them all? And by the way, there's many more commandments than the 613 of the Torah. Right? There's thousands and thousands beyond that.
So I think that because he wanted people to be aware of what they're doing, to make sure that they are either doing a good thing or not doing a good thing or bad things, and kind of have it in the back of their mind all the time while they are living all the time, basically in the back of their mind.
Very good. Now, I want you to, here's what's going to be, what we're going to do by the end of our session is, we're going to come back to when this command is given and what it means in the context. And I'm going to hopefully show you a different kind of connection than maybe you've ever seen before. Any other thoughts about all the commandments and thinking about them as you see the tzitzit? No? Okay. Let's go on. Hold on. I'm going to bring that baby back. All right, here we go. Ibn Ezra now. After the desire, you shall not follow after the desire of your heart. The eye sees and the heart desires. The tzitzit are a sign that a person should not chase after his desirous thoughts, anything his eyes seek. All right, I'm going to come back. How do we know from the Torah that the eyes are going to lead you to do bad things?
Because Lot's wife turned around and looked back at Sodom. And that was her downfall. She turned around and looked back.
Oh, interesting. So she looks back. Good. So she can't stop looking. What other stories you know in which seeing something is going to get you in trouble?
Seeing the burning bush, or no, something like that? No?
Well, burning bush is a good thing in the end. But there's a great story. Jack, what are you thinking of?
Doesn't Adam see the fruit?
Yeah. Remember, it looks good to the sight.
Oh.
Now think about that. That's what led him to eat from that fruit. Adam and Eve looked at it, and the serpent says, right, look how good that thing looks. Right? It must be amazing. Looking at something is going to lead you sometimes in places that you shouldn't go. Any other examples you can think of in the Torah Bible about looking and seeing something that's going to lead you astray? Josh, you have to, yeah.
Well, the coat of many colors.
Oh, that's interesting. Oh, jealousy. Seeing something can lead you to jealousy. Good. I like that. What else? What other examples? We'll just spend another minute or two here. Anything else you can think of that you look at something and you get into trouble?
How about the golden calf?
Ah, so the idea is, right, that they're going to worship this golden calf and they're going to look at it, and it's eventually going to get them, and it's appealing, Michelle, right? Like, it's gold and it's shiny and it's going to compete with everything else. If it wasn't pretty, they might not have looked at it. These are the things that take the way that you're going to see, you're going to sin often is by seeing something that you want.
And
right? So,
also, I would say that you can't see God.
So that's brilliant. I want you all to think about it. If you can't see, they never say, when you look at this, you shall see God, because you can't have that image of God. So the only thing you can look at and be reminded of, here's why it's important, is the commandments. Right, Michelle? That's what's going to keep you connected, that you can see and be tangible about. If you think you can see God, you're going to be in trouble. Right? That's because that's idolatry. All right, let's go back for a moment. All right. Let's do this. Okay. And now, I gotta move that. That's up. Okay, here's Datz Kenim commentary. Uritem oto. When you see it, okay, you shall think of the commandments. Since being able to look at the tzitzit when you wear them is of the essence, garments worn only at night are not required to have fringes attached to them. This is also why, may not make some of you feel comfortable, but this is also why a blind person is not required to attach fringes to his garments. In other words, the commandment to look at the fringes is meant for people able to see them. If you look at the fringes with the proper concentration, it's considered as if you looked at the throne of God, which is supposed to look like wool dyed blue. Rabbi Meir, in describing the difference between the tint of blue from all other colors, said that it is because it is the closest to the blue of the horizon. None of you talked about this Techelet, but we're going to talk about it in a moment. He bases this on Exodus 24:10, as interpreted in the Talmud, in Menachot, where the elders are having looked at divine apparition, which they describe as looking like bricks made of sapphire. The color of a sapphire is supposed to be just like the color of the horizon. The sequence of 3 verbs in your verse, we're going to get to this, you will see, you remember, and you will do, i.e. perform, explains the importance of this commandment and how fulfilling it will stimulate our heart and eyes to be loyal to God. Right? So we're going to talk about here in a moment the progression of see, remember, okay? But I'm going to stop share. So let's talk about that blue for a moment. Jack, you have a question, comment?
Yes, I recall reading somewhere that even a blind person is supposed to wear tzitzit because others will see the tzitzit and will know that the blind man is a observant, pious person.
You know, it's interesting. As I was reading this, I know there's different halachot about whether to read it. The laws of the Talmud are not always the laws in terms of blind. As far as I know exactly that today the halacha is that blind also wear tzitzit.
So I think it's in the Talmud
in terms
too.
Of tradition. And there may be another question. I don't know this one in terms of from the Talmud itself. Remember, it is important to know the Talmud is not a source of law by and large. Right? Jack, you've been studying, you've been learning that as well. All right, what about the blue? All right.
Wouldn't the blue also remind you of the waters that you went through in the Red Sea to get to the other side of Mitzrayim?
Yes. So one can think about the blue. All right, what else would you think about?
That we don't use it today and haven't for millennia, probably, since we don't know the exact color of blue and don't have the little, the source of the material from the little snails that cost thousands to make, apparently.
Right now, by the way, there are many people that do have the techelet now that have put it back in. I have on a couple of my talitot. I do have the techelet, and it comes from a mollusk, and it's like thousands to get a little bit of gram of the color. But why? But again, what are you, when you see that thread of blue, what are you supposed to be thinking about? According to what we read, even what are you supposed to be thinking of?
Well, it's the commandment that God instructed about tzitzit. You should put a thread of blue in the corner of your fringes.
God in heaven.
So God in heaven, right? You're supposed, the blue is is a reflection of God in heaven. And you'll be thinking of the heavens. And Michelle, this ties to your point about not being able to see an image of God. And the best you can do is to have a thread of blue that's going to remind you about the heavens themselves, the only way that we can conceive of God in that kind of concept. Right? All right, let's go back. Any other comments before we go back to the section? All right, I promise you we're gonna tie this together, I think, in a way that you haven't seen before, I hope. All right, let's here we go. Okay, now here, this is from the Talmud Brachot. Jack, have you studied Brachot yet? You did. So we'll see whether you've studied this section or not. Brachot 9b. From when does one recite Shema in the morning? From when a person can distinguish between the sky blue techelet and white. Rabbi Eliezer says, from when one can distinguish between sky blue and leek green. And one must finish reciting Shema until the end of the period when you rise, i.e. sunrise, when the sun begins to shine. Rabbi Yeshua says one may recite the morning Shema until 3 hours of the day, which this is still considered when you rise, as that is the habit of kings to rise from the sleep at 3 hours of the day. While there is a set time frame for the recitation of the Shema, one who recites Shema from that time onward loses nothing. Although he does not fulfill the mitzvah of reciting the Shema at its appointed time, he is nevertheless considered like one who reads the Torah. He's rewarded accordingly. Right? That's the Mishnah. Now, getting to the Gemara. The Mishnah states that the time for the recitation of the morning Shema begins when one can distinguish between sky blue and white. The Gemara asks, to what is between sky blue and white referring? If you say that it means distinguishing between a pile of white wool and a pile of sky blue wool, wouldn't one know the difference at night as well? Right? If you had two piles of the sky blue and white, like almost any time of day or night even that you could notice a difference. Rather, it must be a reference to ritual fringes made with sky blue strings, along with white strings. And one must be able to distinguish between the sky blue strings in the ritual fringes and the white strings in the ritual fringes. With regard to the beginning of the time for the recitation of the morning Shema, a Baraita, it's a teaching, cites additional opinions. All right, I know it's getting a little technical on probably, so I'm going to bring it back around. It was taught in the Baraita. Rabbi Meir says that the day begins when one can distinguish between two similar animals, a wolf and a dog. Rabbi Akiva provides a different side and says that the day begins when there is sufficient light to distinguish between a donkey and a wild donkey. And Achirim, others say, when one can see another person who is merely an acquaintance from a distance of 4 cubits and recognize them. All right, so we're talking about when you can recite the Shema, and they start talking about the difference between the white and the blue thread. Why do you think that the rabbis, they're trying to think of the time of Shema in the morning? You can't recite it too early, by the way, and you can't recite it too late. So why do you think that they're trying, the first sign is this idea of distinguishing between the techelet, the blue and the white? By the way, it's the different colors. First, blue and green. So by the way, is that going to be earlier or later between the blue and green, between blue and white?
Later.
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 Blue and green is going to be later because it's harder to distinguish between similar colors. And between blue and white means you're going to be able to do it a little bit earlier. Why do you think that the rabbis, right, that they want to bring in this image of looking at, right, and being able to see the distinction between the blue and white here?
It's again, how important is when you say Shema. So
The
if it's
idea is-
very, in the rabbi's mind, if it's very, very important when you say Shema, the blue reminds them what time to start, what time is appropriate to say Shema. That's another reminder.
Ah, isn't that a beautiful idea? That when you look at the tzitzit, you'll actually know when it's time to recite the Shema. That's beautiful. It's lovely. Anybody else want to suggest another possibility?
I guess the idea is that you are required to look at the tzitzit. So by looking at tzitzit by himself is eliminating you'll have to wear it or look at it already, so you're prepared for it.
Mike, that's brilliant, right? The first thing you're going to have to do is you're going to look at your tzitzit, and it's going to force you to perhaps look at them as well. I love it. I love it. Any other possibilities?
Just a question, I guess, because you don't wear it to sleep when it's dark.
Correct.
So you're going to, when you wake up, I guess you're going to have to run to it right away to put it on. And then
remember, yeah. So this is great. People are waking up early. You have to remember, like, only the kings sleep late, right? It's that third hour of the day. Everyone else is waking up right before sun comes up. Right? Michelle, you have to remember, in the ancient world, they're not burning oil lamps at night. They're going to bed as soon as that sun is down, pretty much. They're sleeping. They're up early. They're putting on the tzitzit early. They're getting things ready, but what, right? But, and you're supposed to pray actually before you eat even. And so they're preparing it. The idea is you have to put on the tzitzit. You're looking at it. Fabulous. Good. Anybody else want to offer any suggestion about looking at the blue and white thread? Okay. Mike, go ahead.
I guess you have to be awake and be able to see and really be coherent to distinguish.
All right, good. All right, that is nice. You shouldn't be groggy when you recite the words of the Shema. I hadn't thought about that. I really like that, Mike. That's great. All right, let's go. Any other comments? Because we're going to go back for a mo. Oh, the end of it. Let's go to this part. The idea of, what did the rabbis decide on when can you recite the Shema?
It was about the color of the tzitzit, or blue and white, but the others said, when I can recognize an acquaintance at a socially distanced, acceptable space, because 2 meters is 6 feet, 4 cubits is also about 6 feet. So it's the socially distant, acceptable length where you see a stranger and recognize them.
So first of all, I wanted to bring, Miriam's like, she's laughing, but this is the connection, right? Isn't it amazing? 4 cubits is 6 feet. Now, first of all, they talk about the difference between animals. And by the way, in the commentaries, in the Tosafot and other areas, they ask the question, like, did they really have wolves and dogs that they could look and see the difference between them? Could they really look and see the difference between a wild donkey and what's the likelihood you're going to have a wild donkey and a domesticated donkey next to each other? And you go, oh, it's time for Shema, right? Or a wolf and a dog, like, what's the likelihood? But then they come, and here's what I love. They make it very human, right? The idea is not somebody you know well, but somebody you know, but not a good friend, who from the 6 feet away, right, that you can recognize this person. By the way, I want to introduce you to a new term that we've been working with. Dr. Nager said he likes the term, and I'd love you all to use this, as what he calls healthy distancing. Not physical separation or physical distancing, not social separation, healthy distancing. And isn't that amazing that here, 4 cubits? Anybody else study anything about Dalet Amot or 4 cubits in in a halakha? Or Jack, did you ever come across it in the Talmud?
4 cubits all the time. You see that all the time.
And what
all these different things about 4 cubits. It's all over the place.
Yeah, and what does it usually mean? 4 cubits? Yeah, any idea?
It's a certain amount of distance that is very important. What it actually means is beyond my capabilities.
So Jack, here's my take on this. It's your, if you will, personal space.
Right.
Isn't that an interesting way of looking at it? Right? That we all need our personal space. Have you ever had somebody who's invaded your personal space? You ever know those people, right? Sherry, you know those people? Right? There's people that are like this, who are talking to you, and like you go, okay, could you back up just a little bit, please?
It's Israelis pretending to stand in line.
Right? And so the idea of personal space becomes important, and the idea of separation. We're gonna come back to this. Hold on. Let me see. Did we get all of the? Oh, okay. So here's what I want to do now. I want to take you to the beginning. Now, what we just talked about, the portion of the Vayomer, is at chapter 15 of Numbers. It's the end of the portion of Shlach Lecha. Right? The beginning of the portion goes like this. Lord spoke to Moses saying, Shlach lecha anashim vayitru et haaretz, Canaan. Send men. By the way, these are not spies, right? They're just people. It's a whole nother story. Right? And the yatru, it's from the word taturu. I want you to think about the Vayomer, and we're going to come back to that. Et haaretz, the land of Canaan, asher ani noten lachem, that I give you, Yisrael, ish echad lamate, one man each from the tribe. So now the question is going to be, I want you to come back. I want you to think, what's going to happen in this portion of Shlach Lecha that begins with this notion of go and look out the land, and is going to end, the very final verses of the portion are about the tzitzit and looking at them. Who wants to suggest why this portion is framed and what looking is about? What happens to the lands?
It was about perception of the land and perception of what the inhabitants of the land meant to the people who were trying to conquer it.
Okay, good. Excellent. What else? Let's draw that out a little bit more.
I think when the people, the 12, come back, the spies as we often call them, 10 were rejected because they did not remember that God had sent them and that God would protect them, etc. If they had looked at tzitzit and remembered commandments and remembered the things that God had done for us, they would have seen it very differently when they went into the land.
Okay, good. Anybody else want to? These are all great comments.
So they looked, but because they didn't have faith, they didn't see what they were supposed to see, and they didn't report back what they were supposed to report back. So again, brings you back to the faith and Torah and following commandments. It's all kind of gets all tied together now.
Right, and so think about it. What is the connection of the word taturu? La Torah ta'aretz, to seek out the land. And when you look at them, lo taturu acharei levavchem.
Don't be led astray.
Correct. So what is the mitzvah? What is that tzitzit supposed to have you do when you look at it?
Actually, it's supposed to override your body and get you into your head, right? They looked at the land and they felt fear and they were led astray by their kishkas, if you will, rather than staying focused on what their head could tell them.
Oh, interesting. Okay, I like that. Mike, what were you going to say?
It will focus you back to what you are supposed to do, rather than really looking can really get you in trouble, obviously, as we know, right? And it lose your focus. So actually, it's focusing you back to what you are supposed to do.
Good. All right. Now try and tie the other stuff together that we've been talking about in terms of looking at this thread that's blue, that's white, right? Techelet. What else is so important about seeing the tzitzit in terms of how you look at life? How you look at life.
Well, before you take many actions, you kind of are supposed to be considering, what would God do? What are we commanded to do? How do I evaluate my actions based on this framework of laws I'm supposed to be living with?
All right, nice, very nice. Other.
So God's desire of us is to follow the Torah, right? Just follow the Torah and you'll be just fine. So by following the 613 commandments, it's like you start with V'ahavta l'reacha kamocha and you go on from there. So you cannot go wrong if you follow the mitzvot. So how much better can it get? If you remember to follow the mitzvot, you're as good as you're going to get.
All right, good. But I want you to extend it. I think that's also that's correct from the rabbinic perspective. What would it mean to us today about being able to look at the world then? I see you thinking, which is good. I said, look, if these were easy answers, why would I ask you simple questions? I want to challenge you. Like, what does it mean to look at them before the Shema, to have to distinguish between white and blue, to think about other people in relationship? What else? Like, what are the rabbis trying to teach us about life in general? Let's go back for a moment. All right. Let me go back a little bit in the reading that we had. Right. And there was a section here that I want to go back to in terms of this progression that we read in the Dat Zikanim, that you should see, you should remember, and then you should do, right? That's the sequence of the verbs in that, in the Vayomer paragraph, right? If we go back here, right? Ritem, you shall see, uzkartem, you shall remember, and then you shall do.
So I guess the idea is you see the blue and white, you remember the mitzvot, and then you say Shema, or you pray, I guess.
Okay, but all right. What else? Take it outside of the traditional way of looking at this in terms of when you see them, you shall think of the commandments and do the commandments. Take it out of that traditional model. What else could that order mean in terms of remember, see, right? To see, remember, do.
It's the same order that God talked to Moses from the burning bush. When Moses saw the bush, God told him, and then God said, remember, I'm the God of your fathers. Now go to Egypt and get my people out.
Okay, nice. Okay, good. Get Jack?
I don't know, this may be simplistic, but it seems to me that if you're seeing the tzitzit, and especially in our day where blue and white means something inherently Jewish to us, that we would see that and remember that as Jewish people, we're supposed to behave in a certain way. And so each time we're faced with a particular challenge, if we wore them, we would look at them and we'd see, okay, I have to behave in a way that reflects my Jewish values.
Okay,
That the blue and the white really symbolizes for us, certainly as American Jews, as being Jews.
Very nice. Jack, I love it. That's great. Rick, you have something?
I think it's very consistent with what Jack just said. I think that see, remember, do, you could also say ready, aim, fire, or also think before you act.
Ah, I hadn't thought about that, about ready, aim, fire. Interesting. But it would be aim. Would it be a different order? Ready, aim, fire. Is aim seeing first or no?
Yeah.
We can argue about it, I guess, but
no. But I like that. But right, there's three elements there. And by the way, I wonder if it's a different thing. By the way, it might be a different message, Rick. But I think you're right. The three elements are there. Ready means you've got to be ready to shoot. Then sight it, and then fire. This is almost the other way. What would the other message be about aim, ready, fire? I like this, Rick.
Well, and for me, the lesson is don't follow the path of ready, fire, aim. Which is what a lot of people do.
No, yeah, that's true. But what if it was the idea, aim first, look at what you're actually going to be shooting at, think about whether you really want to shoot that, and then only when you know that you should, then you should fire. Wouldn't that be interesting, Rick? It's like, they teach you probably in warfare not to think so much about it. But by the way, look, let's think about the police and what's happening and other things about you have to think about before you act. But you made me, Rick, you opened up a whole different area, and I'm really grateful to you about how do, and for me, this element of it is that you're supposed to really, when you see something, Jack, whether it's the Jewish values that speak to us before you act, or to think about, here's what I want you to think about, how do you, it's easy to look at the world and not see the good. And it's easy to see all the things that are attractive that you don't want. It's really, right? That's part of it is easy to happen. How many of you, raise your hand, how many of you are optimistic by disposition? Do you think you're optimistic? Raise your hand. Okay. All right. How many of you tend to be pessimistic by nature? Sherry, did you raise your hand for Rob or on the pessimistic or no? How many of you find yourself, Josh, pessimistic? How many of you find yourself can go either way? Okay.
I do sometimes.
So the idea here is to remind her that the way that we engage the world is we see things. We're impacted in how we see them. And so we have to always try and figure out through what lens do we want to see it. The people who go into the land of Canaan, they're looking at through a different lens. They don't have that faith and hope and positive attitude. They felt like that they were grasshoppers in their sight. They didn't see the good stuff of the land. All they saw was the negative. And so I believe here the tzitzit are designed when you look at them. By the way, are we PG here? Pretty well, there's one there. There's a great story. John, you'll apologize, you'll cover hers for a moment. There's a great story about a rabbi who goes with a woman of the night. And there's all these mattresses and pillows, and he's supposed to be climbing up, and just as he's about to get there and to consummate, I'm going to keep this clean, John, consummates, right, the experience, that all of a sudden the tzitzit smacks him in the head, and he stops. And she says, well, wait a minute, what happened? And he says, you know, it's kind of, if you will, consume interruptus. And she was like, how would you stop? He goes, I'm not supposed to do it. She was so impressed by it that she converted to Judaism. Of course, these are all great stories. She comes back, she finds the rabbi, and they get married and they live happily ever after. And, and the idea is, right, that the tzitzit are supposed to be a reminder of how to look at the world, of how to hold your morality, of how to see the way that you want to live your life. And that seeing is what can get us in trouble, or the other way can be a reminder. Do any of you have something that you wear that's a reminder of something good, whether around your neck or something like that? Mike,
Yeah.
Mike, what is that?
For me, this is my father collected them and I wear it. And it always reminds me of my father and so on, which keeps me very, very focused because if I see that, if I feel it.
Very nice. Anybody else that uses anything to look at to help you see the world differently?
Well, your wedding band.
Okay, some people it's a wedding band. Good, excellent. What else? Jack.
I carry around my father's keys from his old service station.
Really?
Yeah, it's a big mound of keys.
And what does that remind you of?
Just the values of hard work and commitment.
I love it. That's great. Anybody else carry anything or have anything that's supposed to remind you of something?
The Magen David I wear attracted Dina to me. She asked me about it and reminds me of my first time in Israel in '67.
Very nice.
Rabbi, I think we all carry our phones around everywhere, and generally our home screen is a picture of our, you know, most treasured family members or whoever, and that's a constant reminder to me of my kids, my family.
And that is supposed to be a reminder, right? In terms of the most important values that you have. So seeing things, yeah, go ahead, Stan.
Yes, I often wear a pin that has given to me by Morgan David Adam that has the Israeli flag on one side, the U.S. flag on the other side, and the Morgan David Adam in the middle. And, you know, put it all together as a reminder of my life. The other thing I was going to say is the prayer that we say for the tzitzit ends with, I am the Lord your God who brought you out of the land of Egypt to be your God, right? Which is a reason. It says we do things for a reason, and it's up to us. You know, the reminder is not only to do something, but why it is that that we should be doing these things. It's our responsibility.
So as you think about it, we'll tie this together to conclude it is, if you think about all the senses, sight, smell, hearing, touching, right? Which is the one, I don't know if touching would be as much, but which is the one that's, by the way, going to be the most, which is the most important one, would you say, of all those senses?
Did you omit taste on purpose?
I didn't. I left that out. But so taste as well. Thank you.
Hearing, in my opinion.
Hearing. Why?
Because when you actually, I'm sorry. I meant seeing. Because if you see things, it means more than seeing. You can actually understand. Hearing as well. I don't know. It's a combination of things. I mean, not just seeing and actually understanding. I look at it as a loaded word rather than.
Yeah, but you can't. Yeah, you separate the seeing and the hearing.
Yes, I hear you.
Yeah.
Not easy.
Right? Which one? By the way, so think about smell. By the way, all our senses are supposed to be part of our survival, if you will. And you know that. To be able to smell something, whether it's right or not, right? It's how you tell, you know, think about, you know, spoiled milk. Think about things that, you know, that really smell bad. You're supposed to stay away from them. Although you ever have, what happens in my house a lot, where somebody like has to like the milk. Would you taste the milk to see if it's spoiled or not? Like it's, Michelle, you know what I mean, right? Yeah, it's what? Go ahead.
Like, here, smell this. Is this still good? You're like,
I don't need to smell it. I'm going to trust you on this one. And yet there's something but by the way, so taste and smell and hearing, by the way, Michael, is really important because it's survival. You have to hear something approaching. But if all, and taste and taste as well is survival in terms of things that are poisonous to it. And yet, when it comes to sight, I believe that it's the most, that it can be going either direction. Out of all the senses, it can either lead us to do good things or to bad things, right? You're not usually led to sin by hearing something.
Well, hearing is the last sense to go, I understand. And so I think it's important from that respect, because you hear things more so. If you're seeing things, it makes you more aware, like a person's tone or a person's mannerisms or something. You know, it's just important what you hear, what people are saying.
Absolutely, nuance and all those things, but sight, and that's where the rabbis are going to focus on sight, right? We have the Shema, which is about hearing, but the daily, like that's how you're going to experience and listen to your God. But what they're going to warn us about is how you look at the world, what you see, and how it's going to impact you. And that's why the seed are so important, as a reminder of how you look at the world is going to impact how you live your life. And so you have to think about the commandments. You have to think about the positive nature, the blue of the sky above. And the idea is on this Shavuot to think about all the senses and how they contribute to our experience of life and how they experience. That's why at Mount Sinai, as we've been talking about, they had all the senses. They could hear, they could see, they could smell, by the way, if you will. I'm not sure about taste, where it fits in terms of sacrifices or the things that might have been offered up, but all the senses contribute to that theophany, to the experience. Anyway, we've 11:20 is supposed to be our end of the study, and it was a pleasure to study with you. Rabbi Galko is going to be back on at 11:30. I don't know if she popped on yet or not, but if you want, go get something, a little bit of sugar or a little bit of something to help you keep you awake for just a little bit longer, because you're going to want to stay. So Chag Sameach, everybody. It's really a pleasure.
Chag Sameach.
Thank you, Rabbi. Chag Sameach.
Chag Sameach, everybody.
Chag Sameach, thank you.
A pleasure. John, what's your daughter doing up still? Is she supposed to be asleep?
I love it. My boys
Studying for 5 hours.
Right. Yes. You know, she gets to have an extra cookie or two, right? So,
Are the boys asleep already?
yeah. So they only lasted like an hour. So she did well, and we were on with Rabbi Estrin learning how to make shakshuka just before, which was really nice.
Keeping this little guy to entertain me.
Right.
Yeah. Did you
And,
make
I heard a rumor that on the morning of of receiving the Torah, that is, all the Israelites, they had honey on their matzah or whatever it was that day, and that's why it's sweet as honey. So taste can come into play.
Well, there is, right. I mean, look, there's a lot of questions about the dairy, if you will. I talked about it during the session when I came in with Beth Saltz, who was cooking. And the idea is that Torah, the most accepted one, is that Torah is supposed to be, compared to milk and honey. And so it should be as sweet as it is as milk and honey Torah should be. Hello, Rabbi Galko.
Hello.
How are you? I'm going to hand over to you.
Perfect. It would make me a co-host here, or a host.
I think I'm going to make you a host, but let me find you.
Well, Yasher Koach, and thank you to Rabbi Vogel. We'll give him a little virtual round of applause here for his session. And everyone, you have about an 8-minute break now. Take a stretch, grab a cup of coffee. One session left beginning at 11:30. We'll finish at midnight, and then you'll get to go to sleep or continue learning if you want. So yeah, take a little break. 11:30 we'll begin right here in this room.
All right. Rabbi Galko, good luck. I'm going to log off. I'm going to get onto the Rabbinical Assembly and continue with a night of study and fun. So,
all right.
Keep
Good
them
luck.
going.
Sounds good.
All right, look, you got a young one there. She's still awake. She gets the prize.
Amazing.
Right? Hi, Mariana.
Hey, John.
Hey, are any of your girls with you?
My daughter and son are both asleep. Thank goodness.
Right. Rabbi Vogel mentioned we were talking about honey there, and like one of the, I'm looking for a midrash that, that shares that when we talk about milk and honey, it was really bee honey and not date honey. I haven't found one yet.
John, was that you?
Yeah.
Okay, write me, and I will give you all the sources on why we know it's bee honey
Are you serious?
and not date honey and not bee honey. Yeah, I spent an entire day guiding that topic exactly.
Cool. I've
Anything else you want?
only seen date honey sources.
Oh, wait, I misunderstood you. It is date honey. The land of milk and honey is all about date honey.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think I was lamenting that and hoping there was a midrash that argued for bee honey.
No, but there was a married couple in the 20s, 30s, that they were actually having a debate. And if you go to the Kinneret Cemetery, on the back of their headstones, on the back of his is date trees, and he was essential in returning the dates to Israel. And on the back of hers, there are bees. And they spent their entire life having this debate. Is the land of milk and honey bees?
Wow, what a story. That's great. Oh, yeah, it's probably these. Yeah. I have not heard from Second Nurture yet.
Need to light a fire under their butt.
Yeah, I love that. I love your initiative. So I'll check in with her on Monday. There we go, Rabbi Esther. And I was wondering, you couldn't have finished breakfast already.
You mean they let
I have my
you to
hand
the
over
kitchen,
my
Hannah?
mouth, so you don't have to watch me chewing.
Yeah, she showed us how to make shakshuka.
They let you into the kitchen, Hannah.
They let me into the kitchen. Pretty
Very
scary.
nice of them.
You're very welcome to keep eating during this session. You know, in some parts of the world, you're having breakfast. Some parts of the world, you're having a very, very late dinner, almost a midnight snack. You know, I think, you know, we all need the sustenance, so no problem.
Actually, I'm kind of hungry, Hannah. Can I have a piece of whatever it is that you're eating? Looks good.
But you can't actually eat any of mine because I put goat feta on it. Say hello to my honey. This is Sherry. Thanks. Yeah, I see some. Yeah.
We love Hannah.
Wow, and there's Jackie. Mm-hmm. Wow. Now she has faces to go with all the people I always talk about.
So nice.
So I guess there's no more quarantine. No more quarantine. Good for you.
It's amazing. Here we are at 11:30 and there's still close to 40 people on the Zoom link.
It's amazing. Well, I'm thinking we'll get started, and if anyone else joins, they'll join us in progress. So welcome back, you're all the last ones hanging on. You made it to 11:30 at night. The final stretch, even if you're eating, whatever, you know, you made it, you're here. And I'm wondering if any of you has a sensory highlight from the evening that you'd like to share. Something you tasted or saw somebody else taste, or something you heard or saw. Tell us a sensory highlight from the evening. Anyone?
The Cantor's music, and I heard it better than normal on my other Zoom meetings. So as not to disturb my wife's sleep, I put on headphones, and it's nice hearing it with a good quality set of headphones. Normally, I know you look funny wearing them like this, but that's okay. You're all as tired as I am, and you know we're lucky if anybody has pants on at this time.
Absolutely.
Doesn't matter what we look like.
Beautiful. So you heard the Cantor's music. In fact, you heard it even better than you usually do because of your headphones. And I went into different times to the Cantor sessions, and they really were so beautiful. So I know some of you got to experience those. What else? What other sensory experiences, sensory highlights did you have this evening?
I can share. I think I'm not really like an art critic, or really I don't even think I have a great appreciation for it. I have a low aesthetic, but I was very moved by just the kind of multi-dimensional aspect of what some of these paintings communicated about that experience that he had, and what that was able to convey to us.
Absolutely. So you're talking about Leora Rakin's session from the David Lepkowski project, and using the art that her uncle made to reflect his experience. And yeah, it was amazing and beautiful. So I think we all probably had lots of sensory highlights in this evening, and we're gonna conclude as promised by talking about who received revelation, when revelation was received, and how using all 5 of our senses can really help contribute to an experience of inclusivity. So let's start with those first 2 questions about who and when. Who received revelation and when? I'm going to share my screen here. 1 second, I want to make sure I don't give away the last source on my screen before. Okay. Okay, can you all see my screen now? Yeah, give me a thumbs up if you can. Okay, good. Okay, so I'm gonna ask in a minute for volunteers if anyone wants to read in the English. So this is an easy way to participate in a minute or so. We're gonna read these first two sources about who received the revelation at Sinai. The first source comes directly after the 10 Commandments, and it's part of the Torah reading for tomorrow morning. So you'll hear this read tomorrow if you attend one of our live stream services. Would someone read this in the English, the first source? Anyone? You can either raise your hand or just unmute yourself because it's hard to see everybody at once.
I'll read.
Oh, please, that would be great.
All the people witnessed the thunder and lightning, the blare of the horn, and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they fell back and stood at a distance. You speak to us, they said to Moses, and we will obey. But let not God speak to us, lest we die.
Good, thank you. So this is the account, kind of the finalizing after the 10 Commandments, the people asking Moses to please intervene on their behalf. Now we're going to read this text from Deuteronomy, the summary of that point later on in the Torah. Would someone read this in the English? And you can just unmute yourself because I can't see everybody's hands raised. Anyway, it's easy reading in English.
Face to face, Adonai spoke to you on the mountain out of the fire. I stood between Adonai and you at that time to convey Adonai's words to you, for you were afraid of the fire and did not go up the mountain.
Excellent. Thank you to our readers. So based on these first two sources we just read, who received revelation? Who received the revelation at Sinai?
All the people.
All the people. Okay. All the people received revelation at Sinai. Did all the people receive the whole thing?
Yeah, no, it looks like there is a smaller portion to all the people.
Right. So maybe based on these first two sources, the Israelites received some small portion. I spoke about this at the beginning of the night. We don't know whether it was the full 10 Commandments, whether it was just the first letter, that Aleph of Anochi. But all the people received just a bit of that revelation, and the rest just went to Moses. Now we're going to read another source. I'm going to ask for another volunteer. But if no one wants to read, I can as well. Another source in English. Now this is from later on in Deuteronomy. Would someone like to read? Rabbi Cameron.
I make this covenant with its sanctions, not with you alone, but both with those who are standing here with us this day before the Lord our God, and with those who are not with us here this day.
Thank you. So based on these two psukim, these two verses, who received revelation?
All of us.
Everyone, past, present, and future.
Everyone, past, present, and future. And I'm guessing that whoever said past, present, and future, you already know some of the rabbinic commentary on this that we're going to read next. Not with you alone. Not you alone who are standing here, but also those who are not with us here today. And we don't know exactly what that means, not with us here today. Does that mean just someone wasn't able to show up? Someone couldn't make it? Someone was feeling sick that day and so they couldn't come? Or does it mean something more expansive than that? So we're going to read one final text. And this is a midrash. So it's not directly from the Torah, but it's rabbinic material on the Torah, on the book of Exodus. Would someone read this in the English? And I think you'll hear that comment we just heard about past, present, and future reflected here. Someone want to read this?
Sure, I'll read it.
Thank you.
God said all of these things, saying, Rabbi Yitzchak said, what the prophets were to prophecy in the future in each generation, they received from Mount Sinai. As Moshe said to Israel, but with those here with us standing today and with those not here with us today. It does not say with us standing today, but rather with us today. These are the souls that will be created in the future, who do not have sustenance, about whom standing is not mentioned. For even though they did not exist at that time, each one received that which was his. And it was not only of the prophets who received their prophecy from Sinai, but also the sages who arise in each generation. Each of them received what was his from Sinai.
Thank you. So now that you've read this source, now who received revelation based on this? A lot of you said to the last source we read, all of us, right? But it's not just all of us who were alive at that time. It's not just all Israelites at that time. It's past, present, and future, right? That's the question of when. And this is really a core part of Jewish theology, the fact that we all were our first-hand receivers of our tradition. We're all considered to have been at Sinai. We're first-hand receivers. Why do you think this matters? Why does it matter that each and every one of us is a first-hand receiver of our tradition at Mount Sinai, directly from Mount Sinai?
So it doesn't go out of, it's not like it goes out of style. It's just like, okay, this is something that was given many millennia ago, so it's no longer relevant. But that's the relevancy aspect of the Torah.
I love that. It doesn't go out of style. You could never say it goes out of style because we were all there and we know we're not out of style. So there's no way it could have gone out of style. I like that. Why else does it matter?
Well, if it was given,
go ahead.
Sorry. If it was given to us, then there's a sense of ownership, and people take care of, they preserve, they pay attention to the things that they own.
Yeah, I love that. It's about our ownership and in a certain way, accountability, right? We can all be held accountable for all the laws given at Mount Sinai, because you could never say, oh, well, I wasn't there. You know, I didn't get the message. The idea is we were all there. We were all receiving it firsthand. It's not like we played some kind of convoluted game of telephone and here we are and we didn't really get the message clearly. We were all there. So you better follow the rules because you heard them straight from the source. Jerry.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's what I've read and believed in the past, but looking at that last bit of Mishnah that we read, and I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to look at the Hebrew, it said it went passed on not only to the prophets, but also to the sages. It doesn't go on to say all of us. It says future sages.
That's
so
true.
where is there something else later that expands that even beyond the sages of each generation?
Yeah, I think it is referring later on when it talks about the souls that will be created in the future who do not yet have substance. I actually think that's not just referring to sages, because remember that this text is written by the sages. This is, these are the rabbis writing this text, and so they're talking about people, souls who have not yet been created, who do not yet have substance, and that's why they're not talking about standing today, but just who aren't with us today. But I think it's a good point, thinking about who actually is this shared with, who counts as who was at Sinai and who wasn't.
It's in Al-Hachamim, which they the wise ones, the sages. It says
it's all inclusive.
Those of us that aren't so wise.
Right. So let's talk more about that in terms of who the Chachamim are. Clearly, when we talk about the Chachamim as in our rabbinic sources, we're referring specifically to the sages, right? We're referring to the rabbis. But when the Midrash goes on to say all of us here today and all of us who will be created in the future, I actually think we could interpret that a little bit more broadly, and interpret those who are receiving revelation more broadly than that. So if we think about revelation in those terms, the when of revelation is fuzzy. We could say revelation took place in the past. We could say revelation happened at Mount Sinai on Shavuot, on that specific day, 50 days after Pesach, and we were all there, right? We weren't yet born, we weren't created, but our souls somehow were there thousands of years ago. Or we could say, actually, the revelation took place then at Mount Sinai, and it takes place now, today, in the present, and it's going to take place in the future for all the Jews who are not yet born, but will be born and that will be educated about Judaism, that the revelation continues through us and with them. The question of when isn't exactly answered, but the question of who almost answers the question for us. And so I want to tell you about a theory by Rabbi Abraham Isaac Sperling, and this is written in the modern era. In 1968, he wrote this about how we personally experience revelation today. So he wrote that the way we experience revelation today is actually through the Torah service. So imagine with me for a moment, okay? The Bima becomes Mount Sinai, and the Gabbai, the person who stands and decides who to call up to the Torah, symbolizes God, right? Who's choosing the Jewish people to receive the Torah. The person who's called to the Torah for an Aliyah represents the Jewish people, the ones who were chosen, being called up. The one who reads the Torah is Moses, that kind of intermediary between the Jewish people and God. And it's an amazing theory, because for Rabbi Sperling, the Torah service really is a symbolic reenactment of the revelation at Sinai, right? And we can ask questions about where symbolic reenactment, where the line ends between symbolic reenactment and revelation itself. When we sit together in a sanctuary, God willing, one day when we sit together in a sanctuary and we look up at the Bima and we have a Gabbai calling someone to the Torah and someone reading Torah, who's to say that's not revelation, right? Is it a symbolic reenactment of revelation, or is it revelation itself? Now, I think one of the challenges, of course, that we have is that text is written in 1968, and I don't think Rabbi Sperling was thinking about coronavirus. And so the question is, what do we do about Shavuot 2020? How can our homes, our Zooms, our computer screens, how can those become Sinai? How can we have experiences of revelation in our own homes? What do you think? I know this is a tough question. You can only ask this kind of question at 11:45 at night, when hopefully everyone's like a little loopy already.
Rabbi, do you hear me?
Yes, Zisel, go ahead.
I believe that we, each and every one of us, can experience revelation, because revelation is not an outside occurrence, it's an inner revelation. And if you are very mystical, it's not the word I wanted to use, but I'll have to use because I cannot remember the one I wanted to use. If you are mystical is good. If you are very mystical and you feel the presence within you, you can have revelation from within, not from without.
I love it. Revelation doesn't happen outside of you. It's not external. It happens within you. And so if you are spiritually attuned, you can have your own revelation inside of you. And it doesn't matter whether you're sitting in a sanctuary or in your home or wherever you are. You within yourself can have an experience of revelation. Beautiful. Anyone else? How can we in our homes, on our screens, in our Zooms, how can we feel like we're at Sinai? How can we experience revelation? Well, I'll tell you that I think we can experience revelation by delving into the sensory experience, like we did tonight and like we know that the Israelites did. we can, especially like we isolate one sense and focus on it, and recognize as well, that not everyone has an equal ability in every sense, in all five senses. So we look out for one another and we help one another, and we each experience revelation through whatever senses we're able to. And I think that by delving into the sensory experience, we put ourselves into the mindset of the Israelites. We put ourselves in their shoes. And we continue to experience revelation. Ultimately, how do you do anything? By making it happen. You continue to experience revelation by inserting ourselves into revelation. There's Abraham Joshua Heschel, who's a Jewish philosopher, a theologian from the 20th century, wrote that revelation is really about encountering God. And most importantly, it's about this ongoing experience of encountering God. So studying Torah, according to Heschel, is a profoundly religious experience. And any Jewish thought, for him, is part of the revelation at Sinai. Even if that thought came far after Sinai, even if that thought actually is still yet to come. One of you tomorrow morning is going to wake up and think of some brilliant insight about the Torah. And according to Heschel, that is revelation at Sinai. So for Heschel, the age of the prophets, for example, Jerry brought up that text was part of it, at least, was focused on the prophets and the sages. So for Heschel, the age of the prophets actually is not over, because he says that anyone who studies and interprets Torah, as we've all been doing this evening, is engaging in a continuing prophetic experience. And because revelation is entirely about the communication and the experience for Heschel, he believes that there are an infinite number of rational truths that an infinite number of people can hold regarding the exact same revelation, because ultimately we all get to create that revelation. It's all about our interpretations. What does that mean? That we're all capable of creating Torah. That's what we all did all night tonight. Whether you looked at art, or you studied text about sight, or you cooked tasty and delicious smelling food, or somebody else cook it, that works too. Or you sang and listened to beautiful songs, or you meditated, you interpreted revelation in your own way. And that means that you created Torah. And of course, that you have much more Torah creation to come as well. So with that, it's getting late in the evening, and I want to thank you all for joining our program. I love that at this hour, we still have 41 people on Zoom hanging on by a thread and paying attention. I haven't seen anyone fall asleep yet, so I consider that a success. I'm so glad that you all joined us from both of our communities. It's been such a pleasure to learn with you all. I want to especially thank all of our presenters from Shomrei Torah and from Temple Aliyah, the clergy who worked so hard to prepare all of their different sessions. And I also, if you're going to sleep now, that's wonderful. But if you still have it in you to keep learning a little bit, we have options for you to continue your learning later into the night. The Rabbinical Assembly has sessions, I think, going until 6 a.m., as well as an LA-wide Shavuot experience. I think that one, the latter, I think you had to register for in advance. But either way, don't feel like you have to go to bed now. If you're all revved up and you feel like you too can create your own Torah and you can create your own revelation, you're ready to stand at Sinai and you just can't wait till tomorrow morning, that's okay. There's more learning for you. And for everyone else, we'll see you in our services tomorrow morning. Chag Sameach, everyone.
Chag Sameach.
Thank you so much, Rabbi, for putting together such a wonderful Tikkun Leil Shavuot.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Chag Sameach.
Chag Sameach.
Chag Sameach.
Chag Sameach, everyone.
Chag Sameach, everyone.